Thanks for watching this live stream of Marion High School athletics on the Wildcat Gameday. The action is brought to you by the Swinford Media Group and all of our sponsors. Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, Black Diamond Family of Businesses, Illinois Army National Guard, Deaconess Illinois Medical Center, Binkley-Ross Funeral Home, Legence Bank, First Southern Bank, Bank of Herrin, Banterra Bank, Garner State Farm Insurance, Paul Jacobs for Senate, SouthernTrust Bank, Marion Plumbing, Austin Dickson, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Anderson Boys Trash Service, The Roofing Guys, Anderson's Furniture, SIU Credit Union, Clark Natural Stone, Kemper CPA Group, Wit Wisdom, The Hub Recreation Center, The Print Shop, Blush and Ivory Bridal Boutique,
Hello and welcome to Wildcat Stadium for Week 3 of the high school football season. Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford, and home sweet home it is, Gage. And if last week was any indication, this Marion High School football team likes playing at home.
Oh, yeah, Marion had it all going last week, putting up 63 points against Granite City, whether it was long passes, long runs, punt returns, special teams. Marion had it all going, and I think they crossed just about everything off the bingo card for that win that night.
He's Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford. We'll set the stage for this big rivalry week matchup when we come back. Our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show is right around the corner. This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day production of live Marion High School sports. We'll be right back.
Hi, Wildcat fans. I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
Once upon a time, there was an angry man with a few sprigs of golden hair. They called him Tony No-Locks. Tony No-Locks wanted to find the perfect pre-owned motorcycle that was just right. So off he went to visit Black Diamond Harley-Davidson. So Tony No-Locks jumped on a pre-owned Road Glide at a great price. Ah, this is just right, he exclaimed. Find what is just right for you and your family at Black Diamond Harley-Davidson.
The teachers are really good, they're understanding.
All of our faculty here
teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on.
They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful.
I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
Hey y'all, it's me, Willie the Wildcat. I'm here to tell you about the official Wildcat Game Day shirts brought to you by Swinford Media Group. Whether you're cheering under the Friday night lights or packing the gym for basketball season, these shirts are the perfect way to show your Wildcat pride. Order yours now at swinfordmediagroup.com.
This is the Binkley-Ross Funeral Home pregame show here live at Wildcat Stadium as we await kickoff between the Marion Wildcats and visiting Mount Vernon Rams tonight in week 3 of the high school football season. We're about 43 minutes away from kickoff. I'm Riley Swinford alongside Gage Johnson. Ross Swinford here on the controls. Bill Swinford will be down on the field. Abby Collum is also here helping out. And Gage, before we can talk about this week's big matchup against the Rams, let's first dive into last week's big home win over Granite City, a game in which Marion really dominated in all facets.
Granite City had been a provisional member of the South 7 Conference for the last couple of years, but next year they will be returning to the Southwestern Conference in the metro area. Marion has won each of its games against a struggling program in convincing fashion, and the Warriors have won just one of their last 41 games as they try to rebuild their program.
Yeah, and last week was more of the same from the jump. The Warriors picked up 7 yards before punting in the opening drive. Marion just needed one play to get on the scoreboard as quarterback Callahan Roper put the ball in the air and found Sam Atkins for a 48-yard touchdown. Atkins kicked the PAT, and it was 7-0.
Shortly after, Alex Henry was able to tackle Ryan Brokaw for a 7-yard loss to start the next drive for Granite City. The Warriors then were backed up to their own 2-yard line and made things worse with a flag that put them on the 1. A 9-yard run from quarterback Jesus Adelano eliminated the threat of a safety, but Granite City had to punt once again.
Roper stayed perfect through the air with passes to Junius Thomas and Atkins for 28 yards. Blake Winters ran in a 2-yard touchdown, and Marion led 14-0. The Wildcats tried an onside kick, but the Warriors recovered it at short of midfield, but it didn't matter because they fumbled it on second down, and Hudson Wade recovered it for the Wildcats.
Roper then followed it up by launching a pass to Thomas, Atkins, and Logan Hoffman to move Marion down to the 26. Another pass to Atkins put the Wildcats on the 20, and on the next play, Roper dropped back and launched the ball towards the end zone. Atkins leaped straight up and snagged the ball over his defender for Marion's third score, as the Wildcats then ran in a 2-pointer for a 22-0 lead in the first quarter.
Quintarius Townsend got a sack for the Wildcats, but Marion opted to accept a penalty on the Warriors on the play, backing Granite City up to the 11. On the very next play, Winters intercepted Atalano to bring the offense back out.
Winters picked up 12 yards on a catch, and Thomas had 8 more. Passes to Winters and Henry had Marion on the 5-yard line as the first quarter ended. Marcus Hazel then picked up a couple more yards on the ground, but the Wildcats moved backwards on the next 2 plays. Marion opted for a field goal attempt, and for the first time, the Wildcats came up empty.
Marion pushed Granite City back from the 20 on the next possession. The Warriors' punt was blocked, and Winters recovered it in the end zone for the score. Roper connected with Atkins for 2 points and a 30-0 advantage, and the route was on. After another stop, Marion took over at midfield. Atkins hauled in a pass for 15 yards, then took another pass for 35 yards for a score. On the second play of the drive, the 2-point conversion try failed, and it was 36-0.
The Warriors cost themselves 14 yards on a fumbled handoff and then a fumbled punt attempt. Marion again recovered the ball in the end zone for a score as the PAT was good and the Wildcats had a 43-0 lead. Things finally broke the Warriors' way on their next drive with a 70-yard passing play that put them on the 1-yard line of Marion. Ezekiel Warren punched in the score to get Granite City on the board, but Marion blocked the point after to make it 43-6.
With a minute 20 on the clock, Max Wade returned the kickoff to the 41. Roper hit Thomas, and then the senior receiver reversed the field to find an opening for 40 yards. Winters did the rest for the touchdown, and the PAT from Atkins made it 50-6 at the half.
A running clock then sped things up in the second half as Thomas returned the kickoff for a touchdown, and Marion went up 57-6. Sophomore Austin Moore then came up with an interception, and Hazel ran for a 52-yard touchdown. Brokaw answered with a 62-yard touchdown for Granite City to make the final score 63-12.
Let's go inside the numbers of last week's big win, courtesy as always of Kemper CPA Group, LLP, our official stat sponsor all season here long on Wildcat Game Day.
Roper then completed 18 of 20 passes for 256 yards as he continues to chase Marion's passing records. More on that in a bit. Backup Aiden Broomfield went 3 for 3 for 24 yards as well, as Atkins was Marion's leading receiver, pulling down 7 passes for 133 yards. In fact, coming into this game, he's 9 yards away from reaching the 1,000 career receiving yard mark, that would make him 4th in Marion history to do so, alongside Vincent Newsom, Jaden Lacey, Derek Borum, and Micah Markley. Thomas also had 5 catches for 87 yards, and 7 other players recorded at least 1 catch. Our Hub Recreation Center player of the game for Week 2 was Blake Winters, who rushed for 2 touchdowns, had an interception, and also recovered that blocked punt for a TD. Not a bad night for him, and overall, a pretty good night for the Blue and Gold.
So what's next for those two teams, Gage?
Well, the 1-1 Wildcats are home again this Friday to take on a conference rival in Mount Vernon. The Rams are also 1-1 with a loss to Waterloo and a 1-point win over Carbondale. We'll talk much more about them here as we go along, and as Granite City takes their 25-game losing streak into a game tonight at home against Cahokia.
Let's take a look back at the highlights from last week's Week 2 Marion blowout win over Granite City. Gage and I had the call here live from Wildcat Stadium. Hello and welcome to Wildcat Stadium. Gage, a week after a heartbreaking 1-point loss in Carterville over at Lions Field. Last week we were live there. Home sweet home it is, and the Wildcats are hoping the comforts of their home field tonight help them overcome that Week 1 heartbreaking loss.
Oh, yeah. This is just what the doctor ordered for the Wildcats last week. It was a great game, but it didn't turn out how they exactly wanted. But the season's just 9 games, so you can't afford to dwell on it. It's time to move on, and now at the comforts of their home stadium, looking to kind of turn things around and shake away those Week 1 woes.
This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day coming to you live for Week 2 of the high school football season here at Wildcat Stadium. We are about underway here for Week 2 of the high school football season. Good kick from Atkins. It's going to bounce in the end zone for a touchback and a good start for the Wildcats. We'll get our first look at the Marion offense now. Granite City had to punt, nearly a catastrophe for the Wildcats as Thomas muffed the punt, but the Wildcats fell on it. Hudson Wade recovered, and Callahan, Roper, and company set up shop on the Granite City 48-yard line with 9:51 to go in this opening quarter. They want the deep ball on first down, and just like that, one play, one score, a 48-yard pass from Callahan Roper to who else, Gage? One of our Legence Bank players to bank on, Sam Atkins. And just like that, home sweet home it is as it's 6-0 Marion. Will be who else? Number 7, Atkins to kick. The hold from Roper is up, and it's into the marching Wildcat band as it is good, and it's 7-0 Marion. Roper claps his hands. Quick out pass to Thomas. Makes one guy miss. Follows his blockers. Atkins providing blocks downfield. Thomas rumbles his way near the 5-yard line. And a gain of about 25 yards on first down. Behind Roper in the shotgun. They go to Winters. And Marion gets its first rushing touchdown of the season. It's up for the point after. Kicking into the band. Here's the snap. The hold is good. Gets it up and through and over the net as Attilano hands it off. He's got his ball carrier Brokaw. Lost it. Scramble for the loose ball. Malachi Cooper thinks Marion has it, and he does. They're going to go for it. It's 4th and 9. Roper with time this time. Now he's under pressure. Scrambling, looking. Once Atkins in the end zone. Jump ball, and he came down with it.
How about the catch from Atkins right there? I mean, not much room to work with there, and if Atkins wasn't able to go up and get that ball, that would have been awfully close to a pick, but that's the trust he has in his receiver.
We'll see what Marion dials up here on the 2-point conversion try. They had mixed results a week ago. Broomfield plows his way forward. He breaks the plane for 2, and it's 22-0 Marion. 7-yard penalty, which might have been more yards than the sack. Bad pass there. Blake Winters goes up and brings it down. And a sack, and was he across the goal line for the safety? Where did he go down? Not much room to go, so it's still deep in their end zone standing. It's blocked and picked up, and just like that, we've got a touchdown courtesy of a blocked punt. Touchdown recovery by Blake Winters, and everybody was looking around like, what do we do? And they say you celebrate a touchdown as Blake Winters says, look what I found, and it's another touchdown for the Wildcats. Roper under pressure and wide open for the point after is Sam Atkins for 2, and now it's a 30-point Marion advantage. For their point total from last week when they had 34. They lose it on a handoff. Now it pops loose. Scramble for it. Reset. Bad snap. I don't know if that was by design or not, but they're going to now fumble it. And Marion's going to scoop it up for another score. He's been perfect on extra points. He did miss a field goal earlier this half. This one is on the roof as it's good. And it's 43-0 Marion, and the Wildcats can do no wrong. It will be Marion ball, and if this lead holds, it will be running clock to start the second half. There's a positive play to talk about as Emerson breaks a long one, and he might have his sights set on the end zone and finally wrapped up just shy of the end zone in the Granite City from the 1. And Granite City finally breaks the drought as Ezekiel Warren, the 5'9" senior, punches it in. Now for the point after. And it was blocked. No good. So would maybe try the onside kick, but they instead line drive kick it to Max Wade. He makes the over-the-shoulder catch. Now he's going to bring it out. He's across the 15. Tries to find a blocker. Gets one. Now he's streaking down the sidelines. One man to beat. It's the kicker. Now he turns on the Jets, and he stumbles at the 40, and we nearly had a kickoff return. Stands at the 45. Now he rolls out to his left. Steps up. Slings it to Junius Thomas as it's starting to rain here at Wildcat Stadium. Now Junius Thomas cuts all the way back to the right. Now he's trying to get to the end zone. Breaks a tackle, and did he get in? He's stopped out at the 1-yard line, and what a play there from Junius Thomas. Talk about efficiency. They hand it off, and Blake Winters gets in for the second time tonight. Sam Atkins is going to try to make it a 50-point first half. The hold from Roper, the kick into the Hex Center roof, and Marion with a 50-point first half as the Wildcats in their home opener are sending a statement that last week's 1-point loss did not faze them. We'll be right back after this. That was half dominated by the Wildcats. All Marion 50-6 here at Wildcat Stadium. Junius Thomas bringing it out to start the second half. He's got blockers and he's got his eyes on the end zone. One man to beat, and Junius Thomas, just like that, Gage, 12 seconds into the second half, has a highlight to add to this night full of highlights. Try to push this lead to 51. It's Atkins and a easy extra point. 39 now. Picked off. Big pick there and another interception. Broomfield back to Hazel. They'll try again. This time he's got a hold. He's got a big run up the middle. And 52 yards to the house. Marcus Hazel. Those jumping jacks. 63 of them courtesy of the Marion offense.
Oh, man. My legs be tired after about 10 of them. I don't know how they're doing it.
They hand to Brokaw. Patiently waits for a gap, and now he's sprinting down the sidelines. And it looks like Granite City will answer back. Looks like they'll snap it one more time. From the 21, bad snap. And fittingly, that's how this one will end, as Marion concludes the big win with a sack. Weston Rudd, the Wildcats go to 1-1. Granite City falls to 0-2. Marion will have Mount Vernon here next week. Granite City will go home to play Cahokia. I'm Riley Swinford. This has been the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day, powered by Johnny Logan College, Watermark Auto Group, and the Swinford Media Group. We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium alongside Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford. And Gage, watching those highlights back, what a fun week it was last week.
Oh, yeah. In week 1, our Hub Recreation Center player of the game was Sam Atkins. In week 2, we went with Blake Winters. But do you know what the crazy thing is? Callahan Roper's probably been Marion's best player, and the stats back it up too. Let's take a look at it. Entering tonight's game, Roper is now second all-time at Marion High School with 3,813 passing yards. He needs 2,189 yards to pass Matt Brown for the most career passing yards. Also, he's now second all-time in career touchdown passes with 40, trailing Matt Brown, who had 57. After just 2 games, his 617 passing yards this year ties him for 20th best passing season ever at Marion High School with Ryan High from 2001. The 90% completion rate versus Granite City is the best ever at Marion High School for a single game, beating Evan Noley's previous record of 89.4% versus Jerseyville in 2021. Roper now has 9 games passing for 200 yards or more and stands in second place for that accomplishment behind Matt Brown. Roper passed Evan Noley after game 1 this season. You need more proof? Roper has 300 yard passing games, tied for the first all-time with Matt Brown and Hunter Simmons. Second in Illinois after 2 games with 617 passing yards, and first in the Metro St. Louis area in passing yards. It's just insane.
And when you have a quarterback like that, Gage, slinging it around as well as Roper has this season, your receiver stats are going to look pretty good, and that's certainly the case for Marion. When you look at the Metro St. Louis area's receiving totals and the leaders, there's a couple of Marion guys right there at the top as well.
Yeah, that's right. Junius Thomas is second overall behind Jason Tiller of Summit with 12 catches for 238 yards. And right behind him, 1 yard short with 12 catches for 237 yards is Sam Atkins, who we also mentioned is on a big watch for that 1,000 career receiving yard mark. The rest of the list includes dudes from Parkway West, Centralia, Kirkwood, St. Pius, Afton, and Jerseyville. Not too shabby.
Last week after the game, Jason Dunning told our Bill Swinford about the big win over Granite Cities, and he was all smiles during the postgame.
Coach, congratulations. I know coming in tonight, we knew Granite City had been struggling the last couple of years. You knew that you had an opportunity to play a lot of guys tonight. Did it play out pretty much how you expected?
I will say yes. I was hopeful more than anything to get a lot of guys out there to get them reps on the field, and especially after last week's, the best thing to kind of get past the loss is to have a big win, and we put up a lot of stats, and I'm just happy the guys played. We got out injury-free, put some numbers on the board, and send a shout-out to all of Southern Illinois that we're back on track.
Yeah, so what did you see tonight that you are happy to see happen as far as action on the field?
Just that the guys continue to play to the standard. We've been talking to them and preaching to them all week about playing to the standard, not necessarily the opponent, and the guys came out and executed at a very, very high level.
Yeah, that's a key thing, because when you're playing a team that you think you probably got them outmatched on the field, you still got to come and you still got to play, you still got to come in motivated, right?
100%, and then we continue to use next man up mentality that the guys that are in on that play are starters at the time, and they played really fast. And yeah, I'm excited. This is one film I'll look forward to getting up in the morning and watching and evaluating, just seeing the kids play and not care about anything, and you see the starters come out of the game and they're cheering on the backups, and it's just a fun night. And every now and then you need a night like this just to allow the program to have fun and get guys playing.
Hey, shout out real quick to the National Guard and
love it. Yes, we absolutely love it. It's a chance that we get to come out, and luckily it's a game where halftime we were motivated to come out and say thank you to all the veterans, and it's an awesome night, fun night, and it's a chance as the head coach just to watch your kids give back and say thank you to all the people that come and support us.
All right, beautiful job.
All right,
Thanks, Coach.
thank you.
We'll tell you all about the Mount Vernon Rams when we come back. This is the Binkley-Ross pregame show ahead of the big South 7 showdown live from Wildcat Stadium. Kickoff is around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
The summer clearance sale is here at Anderson's Family of Stores. Come enjoy up to 70% off store-wide plus 12 months interest-free financing. We've got thousands of items in stock ready for you. Sofas, recliners, bed sets, dining tables. Plus, we have same-day delivery on most mattresses. All with up to 70% off plus 12 months interest-free financing.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals, we strive to be your partner in convenient, local, and personalized banking solutions. From investing in your priorities to helping our community grow, we're committed to making a difference at Legence Bank.
I always know I can count on the people at Legence to answer my questions and connect me to the services I need.
We have you covered with a range of fraud prevention tools to keep your accounts safe and secure. With real-time debit card alerts, advanced encryption, and card controls, you can stay one step ahead of fraud with these security features.
Legence Bank supports you on and off the field. Go Wildcats!
Hey, this is Michael Anderson, owner of Anderson Boys Trash Service. We are locally owned and operated. We are reliable and affordable. Weekly trash service. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate you, and my family appreciate the business.
Now serving residential and commercial properties with roll-off dumpster rentals available. Call 618-925-1215 or find us on Facebook at Anderson Boys Trash Service.
Welcome back to Marion High School. We're about 22 minutes away from kickoff. Gage, it's now time to dive into tonight's opponent, the Mount Vernon Rams.
Well, the Rams on paper, Riley, look very similar to Marion, so it'll be interesting to see how things shake out here tonight. They come into play tonight also 1-1 with a Week 1 loss at Waterloo 34-17, and then a big 52-51 conference win at Carbondale a week ago. Then tonight they're here at Marion, of course, so they haven't even played a home game yet. They'll leave here tonight and then get 4 in a row at home. So a little bit of scheduling oddity for the Rams. But one thing I do know, when the Rams and Wildcats get together, you can throw all records and scores out the window because these are two long-standing rivals outside of probably Herrin, who we don't play anymore in football, and Carbondale. Marion's longest and most consistent rival, especially in the conference.
Let's look into the recent history from when these two teams get together on the gridiron. The Rams beat Marion 32-20 in 2022. For their lone win in this matchup since 2008. Marion won 20-14 in 2023, and then last year at Mount Vernon in the rain. That was an instant classic we were there for, and Marion squeezed it out 37-34 in what was a slugfest. So if those scores are any indication, Gage, we're in for a good one.
Yeah, and the Rams are in the midst of a program revival of sorts under head coach Dan Mings, who returned for his second stint on the Rams sideline in 2022 when he led them to a 5-5 record. In 2023, they went 6-4, and then last year they finished just 3-6, which was a bit of a step back after 2 straight playoff berths. But before Mings came back, they were 3-6 in 2014, 2-7 in 2015, 0-9 in 2016 and 17, 3-6 in 18, back to 0-9 in 19, went 1-4 in the 2021 spring season, and then 0-7 in the fall of 2021.
And if you like offense and high-scoring football, this is the place to be tonight, right, Gage?
Oh, yeah. While Marion was busy scoring 63 against Granite City, the Rams put up 52 at Carbondale on the road. Deshaun Staples led the Rams with 208 rushing yards and 5 touchdowns, while C.J. Hughes-Disrow added 126 yards rushing, 103 yards passing, and 2 touchdowns. It was a Staples touchdown and Hughes-Disrow game-winning 2-point conversion with 22.5 seconds left to play that gave the Rams the wins last week. So on paper, it looks like a 2-headed monster for the Rams between Staples and Hughes-Disrow, doing all the damage on the ground for Mount Vernon. Marion will have to shore up its rushing defense to hold those two guys in check tonight as the Rams try to go 2-0 and claim an early lead in the South 7 Conference.
Here's some more information about the Rams. Their enrollment is similar to Marion. About 1,200 students for both schools. They go by the Rams or the Lady Rams. Orange, black, and white. Public high school out of Jefferson County, coached by Dan Mings, as we said. They came down I-57 about 46 miles or about 48 minutes down the construction-riddled I-57 to get here tonight for this big South 7 showdown. Let's go ahead and look more into the Rams schedule. As Gage mentioned, they'll finally get a home game next week when they go home to play Collinsville. They'll play Althoff, a team we'll see next week in Week 5. Then Cahokia will go to Mount Vernon in Week 6. Granite City, who we saw last week, will be there in Week 7. They'll travel to Centralia for their last game as conference rivals against the Orphans in Week 8. And then Tolono Unity will come for a Week 9 non-conference showdown with playoff implications likely on the line to wrap up the regular season. We're just under 19 minutes away from kickoff here at Wildcat Stadium. The players are busy down on the field getting ready. The Rams are in the locker room talking things over. A nice crowd is filing in. It's a warm, muggy night for football. If you're unable to make it out here tonight to Wildcat Stadium, don't worry, we've got you covered. Gage and I will have the call with all the action when we return. This is our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show ahead of the Swinford Media Group's production of live Marion High School football, here live from the Marion Star. Don't go anywhere. Football's right around the corner.
My name's Craig Beyer. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. Been doing that for 33 years. I grew up in Wisconsin on a farm, and my dad had a masonry business. And orthopedics is really a good focus because I was trained as a bricklayer, and orthopedic surgery is very similar. Everything's have to be plumbing levels. That skill set I learned as a bricklayer mason I use actually on a daily basis doing orthopedic surgery. Orthopedic surgery really involves treatment of the musculoskeletal system, which includes extremities, spine. We work with bones, joints, muscles, tendons, ligaments, etc. We provide both surgical and non-surgical management for musculoskeletal conditions. In fact, about 1 out of 10 patients I see in the clinic actually come to surgery. The other 9 out of 10 we can treat and manage non-surgically. I don't require referrals. Patients can come to see me straight away. My philosophy, again, is optimize non-surgical treatment before I perform surgery. Once I do surgery, unfortunately, I'm a perfectionist. My wife gives me a hassle. If I'm in the room and this picture on the wall is crooked, I will fix it, even in your house. I think part of that is the masonry background, because everything's got to be, again, plumb level and as close to perfect as you can achieve. You can shoot for perfection, accept excellence. That's my rule.
At The Hub, we're not just a fitness center. We're a community powered by people who care. Our dedicated staff will guide you every step of the way on our world-class fitness floor. Dive into fun in our aquatic center. And with our fitness and aquatics classes, there's something for everyone. Join us for family events that bring our community closer. We're people-powered, and we are here for you, creating a fitness experience that feels like family. Join us today at The Hub, where health and happiness meet.
Welcome to Wit Wisdom, located at 202 North Market in downtown Marion, Illinois. We're open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 5. Stop in and check out our spirit wear, custom tees, embroidery services, and more, all in a historical boutique setting. Check us out anytime online at www.witandwisdomstore.com.
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium, about 15 minutes away from kickoff. Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford. Ross Swinford here on the controls to our right. Bill Swinford down on the field getting those second angles and the looks at warm-ups as these two teams are gearing up for this big Week 3 conference game between Marion and Mount Vernon. Now let's name our Watermark Auto Group keys to the game.
Number 1, contain the Rams' rushing attack. We saw it in Week 1 at Carterville when the Lions decided to keep it on the ground. Marion struggled in that second half, stopping the run, and the Lions kept the ball in one time of possession. The Rams like to run it a lot between their two-headed rushing attack of Staples and Hughes Disrow, and you know Marion has seen that on film this week and talked about it, so let's see what adjustments they make. Marion, on the other hand, is the complete polar opposite. Air it out. We talked about the success Roper has had throwing the ball. It's no secret. Marion's going to throw the ball around tonight. Roper has to have time from the O-line to look for his favorite targets in Atkins, Thomas, Wade, Henry, Winters, and all these guys that we've seen through these 2 weeks. Number 3, the turnover battle. If the scores on paper give us any indication, this may be a shootout tonight, a defense optional kind of game. And if you're not getting stops, you can't give the other team any free possessions. Whether it's fumbles, picks, or special teams miscues, you can't give away points tonight. Points is the last one, of course. Marion comes in averaging 48.7 points per game, and Mount Vernon is close to 35. As far as points allowed, Marion's at 23.5 average, and Mount Vernon's at 42. Expect a high-scoring affair tonight.
Absolutely. As you see the marching Wildcat Band down on the field getting ready as our Binkley-Ross pregame show continues. Fans here getting on their feet for the Marion loyalty. We'll go ahead and talk about Marion's schedule the rest of the way. Of course, tonight we're at home with Mount Vernon. Next week we will be in the Metro East for the first time this year. We'll see Belleville-Altoff, our old South 7 conference friends, in a non-conference game now, as we will renew our rivalry with the Crusaders next week at Altoff. We will be there if you're unable to make that trip. Gage and I will be there for a Marion Star Wildcat Game Day production. Then Cahokia will come here on the 26th. It's always a good game when Cahokia comes to town. Then October 3rd we'll be at Centralia. October 10th we'll be here for homecoming against Collinsville, and then go to Carbondale on the 17th before wrapping it up with Mattoon here for senior night on the 25th. We're going to go ahead and take one more break. When we come back, we'll get ready for the kickoff. This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day, brought to you by John A. Logan College, Watermark Auto Group, and our other fine sponsors.
Hi, I'm Tyler Young with the Print Shop here in Marion. We're on the square. We just got done doing some perforated vinyl here at Swinford Publications. So this is the vinyl that you can see out, but people can't see in, and it gives a nice little look and feel to a number of different kinds of businesses. So come see us at the Print Shop. We're at 1112 North Carbon, next to AutoZone behind Hardee's.
Since 1999, Clark Natural Stone is a family-owned business that strives to not only offer you the best selection of rock and mulch in the country, but also provide you with the best service. Clark Natural Stone Slinger Truck is a great option when you need rock, sand, or gravel placed in an area not easily accessible to a conventional dump bed. To schedule your delivery or to ask any questions, call 618-997-3889 or visit our website, clarknaturalstone.com.
Hi, I'm Joni, Director at Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes. When you're faced with loss, it's comforting to know that someone who understands your pain is here to help. That's why I brought Blue and Mitchell Hughes Funeral Homes back under local ownership alongside Binkley-Ross Funeral Home. We've been serving Marion and Williamson County families with compassion and care for years, and we know how important it is to feel supported in your time of need. If you have questions or concerns about your previous arrangements, we're here to support you with understanding and kindness. You can always rely on us for honesty, respect, and care you deserve. Marion is not only my home, Marion is my heart.
Contact Kenya Garner for an auto quote today.
My part-time service in the Army National Guard gives me a lot of opportunities. I have the ability to serve close to home, wherever that may be in the volunteer state. It also provides tuition benefits, making it possible to get the education I've always wanted. And since my service is part-time, I can pursue my dream job in the career field I choose. With part-time service in the Army National Guard, I really can have it all.
Visit NationalGuard.com to find out more.
Your dream wedding gown awaits at Blush and Ivory Bridal, the most recommended bridal boutique in Southern Illinois. At Blush and Ivory, you won't be lost in the crowd. With every private appointment, the entire boutique is yours. Just you, your loved ones, and your personal stylist. Together, you'll discover a curated selection of gowns, veils, and accessories to create the bridal look you've always imagined. And say yes to the dress that brings out the bride in you. Schedule your private appointment today at Blush and Ivory Bridal, 307 North Market Street in Marion. Call 618-982-926.
I'm excited to represent Southern Illinois when playing basketball for SIU, and it's important to me to give back to this region. That's important to Banterra Bank also, and it's one of the reasons that I'm proud to be a customer. They support their communities, and with their mobile app, I can check my accounts, make payments, and more, all on my time. Plus, they offer a Saluki Visa debit card that supports SIU scholarships and athletics. That was an easy win for me. Banterra Bank, official partner of Saluki Athletics.
Do you feel like your business is sinking in accounting and payroll work? Are business taxes and confusing technology dragging you down? Call the experts at Kemper CPA Group. We'll answer your questions and give you the tools to keep your business afloat.
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium getting ready for the kickoff between the Mount Vernon Rams and Marion Wildcats in a matchup of two 1-1 teams. Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford. Abby Collum is here. Bill Swinford are here. The Mount Vernon Rams are here, Gage, and it's going to be a good one when these two longtime rivals link up. Two of the longest standing rivals in the South 7. You can throw the records out the window when it's rivalry week. You know, these two teams don't really like each other, and outside of maybe playing Herrin or Carbondale, Mount Vernon's got to be up there in one of Marion's fiercest rivalries.
Oh, yeah, it should be an exciting night, along with, the conference rivalry and trying to take an early lead in the South 7. You got a number of guys that are looking to show out once again on both sides. And then specifically on Marion's side, you got a couple of guys that are inching closer to etching their name in the history books, whether it's Callahan Roper, who's now sitting at second in all-time passing yards with 3,813, not far behind Matt Brown, needing 2,189 yards to get there. And with the way he's been playing through these first couple games, he might get there. and then you got Sam Atkins, one of his prime targets so far throughout this year. He's 9 yards. Which honestly at this rate for him might just be one catch
right.
to get to that 1,000-yard mark for his career and put him in some high company, being one of 4 to do so if he can make that happen tonight.
We'll be on the record watch all night tonight as we go along. Stats brought to you as always by Kemper CPA Group LLP, and as we get ready for the kickoff now as the Rams are emerging from the locker room and the Wildcats are getting ready to take the field. Let's go ahead and talk about the specifics of this matchup tonight. The Rams will be the visiting team. They're on the far sideline. They wear their road white jerseys with black trim, black numbers, and orange outline, black helmets with the Mount Vernon MV on it. Tall white socks for most of the players. Most of the players also in white shoes as well. Marion with the traditional Marion look. Probably the most common look when you think of the Marion Wildcats. They've got their blue tops, their gold pants, their blue Marion helmets with the gold stripe down the middle, the Marion M emblem on the side. They will be wearing their traditional home blue and gold tonight as the cheerleaders hold the sign for Glow Neon Night here at Wildcat Stadium. We're under 6 minutes away from the kickoff. This has been our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show. We'll take one more break. We'll be back for the kick right after this.
Wildcat fans, I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
Once upon a time, there was an angry man with a few sprigs of golden hair. They called him Tony No-Locks. Tony No-Locks wanted to find the perfect pre-owned motorcycle that was just right. So off he went to visit Black Diamond Harley-Davidson. So Tony No-Locks jumped on a pre-owned Road Glide at a great price. Ah, this is just right, he exclaimed. Find what is just right for you and your family at Black Diamond Harley-Davidson.
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium as you see the Marion offensive starters being announced. We'll give you those in just a second as the Wildcats in their blue and gold home uniforms are ready to storm onto the field before this big South 7 conference matchup against the Mount Vernon Rams. And here come the Marion Wildcats trying to improve to 2-1 on the season. They'll start offensively at receiver, Alex Henry, number 85. On the O-line, Devin Rogowski, number 70. Zach Short, number 67. Levi Clark, number 66. Logan Black, number 59. Evan Francis, number 56. And then at receiver, it will be Junius Thomas, number 11. Blake Winters, number 10. Sam Atkins, number 7. Logan Hoffman, number 1. And, of course, at quarterback, our Legence Bank player to bank on, Callahan Roper. Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford. This is the Swinford Media Group's Wildcat Game Day production of live Marion High School football. It's a good night for football, Gage. It's nice and muggy, 86 degrees. That sun's starting to set, and we'll get down in the 60s before the night's over, and we've been blessed with 3 really good forecasts through the first 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, what a night for some football. This is going to be probably the most intense game so far that the Wildcats have played, a lot more on the line. And then there's always a little bit of pressure when the record books are nearing for the Wildcats. So a lot to play for tonight for the blue and gold. Would feel like probably, I think, the first big win, following a Granite City game that was decided pretty early on last week.
Yeah, we've had a close 1-point game in week 1. We had a major blowout in week 2. What's in store here tonight in week 3 as the Rams are trying to beat Marion for just the second time since 2008. And, that's been a talking point in that Rams locker room and that Rams practice all week long. They're, of course, coached by longtime coach Dan Mings, who's back on the sidelines for his second stint with the Rams. He's been there since 2022. And then on the Marion sideline for his 3rd year at the helm is Coach Jason Dunning, who is undefeated against the Rams since taking over as the Wildcats head coach. So that's something to note as well. It's been 2 good contests the last 2 years since Dunning took over for Kerry Martin. Marion won here in 2023, 20-14. And then last year in the rain at Mount Vernon, it was 37-34. So one game decided by 6, Gage. Other game decided by 3, so expect a good one here tonight.
Oh, yeah, this should be a close one. I don't think we'll have any signs of what we saw last week, and if it's any indication, the Wildcats will need to take what they learned from week 1 in order to come out on top in this one against the Rams.
That has been our Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes pregame show. We're ready for the kickoff. The football Wildcats are ready as well. There you see them taking the field moments ago. You saw the cheerleaders leading them out onto the field. And Marion will line up. We'll see. We missed who won the coin toss earlier. It looks like Marion is going to line up to kick. So you were right, Gage. Marion will do the kicking. It'll be Sam Atkins, number 7 in blue, kicking away. He will kick right to left. Mount Vernon will receive left to right. Marion actually won the toss and deferred to the second half. So Marion will have the ball to start the second half, and that means they'll kick it away here. And a nice contingent of Rams fans on that far sideline. Look like their student body traveled well. So you know this will be a good atmosphere. We had a good atmosphere week 1 at Carterville. We'll see what experience Marion gained from that week 1 1-point loss that they can carry over into this one. And right at 7 o'clock here in Marion, Illinois, we're ready for week 3 as a battle between two 1-1 teams is underway. It's a nice kick from Atkins. He outkicks the coverage for a touchback, and Marion will send their defense onto the field for the first time. And as we talked about in the pregame show, Gage, for the Rams, it starts with a 2-headed rushing attack that the Wildcats will be tasked with containing.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, Dunning must feel pretty solid about his chances at deferring the kickoff to start the game. So look for the Marion defense to really try to limit Mount Vernon to start this one.
We'll see what the Rams offense dials up for their first possession as they will set up shop on the 20-yard line.
And, I mean, in knowing that they've got that ground game that they want to get started early, it's going to be important for the Wildcats to really limit it early on. You don't want to let the clock get away from you like it did against Carterville.
At quarterback for the Rams is C.J. Hughes-Disrow, Jr. He is a junior. He's a 6'1", 150-pound quarterback. Last week it was Jay-Sean Staples, a 5'9" junior running back. And Hughes-Disrow doing all the damage in the 52-51 win at Carbondale. The Rams start in the spread. They've got 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. And now offsides goes Marion, and Coach Dunning's fired up, as that's not how you want to start this game.
Oh, no, not even a second off the clock, and we've already got a penalty. It's not how you want to get this thing rolling right here.
A little antsy to get started. Somebody jumped off sides, and the emotions are high for this big South 7 showdown. With early conference implications on the line, the Rams are already 1-0 in the conference as they played Carbondale last week. This is Marion's first conference game of the season, so if you could get out to a 2-0 start if you're the Rams, that puts you in a good position to not only be a conference contender, but a playoff contender. Two receivers out to the right for Disrow. Gets the snap, they keep it on the ground, and it's Staples, the guy we talked about. And if that's any indication, Marion's up for the task as a bunch of blue jerseys led by number 44, Hudson Wade, comes swarming in, Gage.
Man.
And that's the kind of response you want.
What a swarming defense right there. Forget about that flag. Now we're all the way back at the line of scrimmage, even a little bit past maybe.
Yeah, they made up the penalty yards and then some as the Rams will set up second down behind that original line of scrimmage. A loss of 1. Well, net loss of 1. It's a loss of 6 on the defensive stop, so now it's 2nd and 11. They go with a 3 receiver set out to the right for Disrow. Sends one in motion, that's Staples. Quarterback's going to keep it himself. He tries to go up the middle and not much there for him. As Marion up to the challenge defensively on the first 2 tries. Caden Jacobs, number 45, and Alex Henry, 85, in on the coverage for Marion.
Yeah, and now you need that big third down stand if you're the Wildcats. You've responded the way you need to after a flag before the clock had even started. And this is the type of resiliency they're going to need to keep showing if they want to come out on top.
Big 3rd and 11 early in this game. 10:43 on the clock. On their own 19-yard line. 4 receivers set for Disrow. He stands near the 15 in the shotgun. Rolls out. He's going to pass under pressure, and he's sacked. What a stand for this Marion defense, and it was Alex Henry, number 85, and 54, Marley Benavi. And what a stop that was for this Marion defense, as we were worried about their run coverage after week 1 at Carterville, and if they've made some adjustments, Gage, it's pretty remarkable because they looked very strong on that opening drive.
Oh, yeah, and then it's switching out. He rolled out there, and they instantly were able to give him no time, not letting him get towards those sideline with the receivers, and just like that, Marion's going to have possibly pretty decent field position to start their first drive on offense.
The punter will stand right on the goal line as he punts it away. It's 4th and 17 from the 13, a loss of 6 again, so the Rams netted -7 on their opening drive. And it will be fielded by Andre Jones right at midfield, and he's going to take it out to the right. Stiff arms his way to the 45, and Marion has good field position as they start their first possession.
35.
Oh, he's on the 35. Good catch. Yep. Up to the 35, so even better field position than I originally thought. And that was Wyatt Evans doing the punting for the Rams. Andre Jones on the return for Marion. And Callahan, Roper, and company are out for the first time here tonight. And we talked extensively in the pregame show about the season and career Roper is having, as he is our Legence Bank player to bank on.
And after the way that the Wildcats defense just played right there, now you want to come out and really take control of this game early and get on the board if you're the Wildcats.
So the decision to defer pays off as the Rams don't get any points on their opening drive. Now Marion trying to capitalize as we got our first look at this Wildcat offense. Henry alone out to the right. 3 receivers bunched up to the left. That's Hoffman, Thomas, and Adkins. Winter stands next to Roper in the shotgun. Giving out instructions, 10 on the play clock. Swings it out to Winters on the little screen. Tries to get out to the outside. Tiptoeing his way, and they said he stepped out of bounds. Inches away from being able to break a touchdown, but still positive yards. And just shy of the first down marker, and a successful first down play for Marion as they script it up coming out on their first drive.
Yeah, and a heck of a start there. Like you said, inches away from being scot-free to the end zone. So Wildcats really playing confident here early, looking to set the tone for the game.
2nd and 1, 1 yard away from the first down. Now they hand it to Winters. Gets blocking out to the right. There is a flag on the play as he picked up the first down, but this one might be coming back. And we've already had a couple penalties early in this game.
Holding.
And it looks like holding against the Wildcats, so another penalty on Marion. The defense was able to bail him out of the early offsides penalty to start this game, and now the offense negates a first down with a holding penalty on that run play for Winters.
And they were able to kind of bounce back from it on the defensive side. So obviously you don't want to keep having these mistakes kind of pile up, but if they can kind of bounce back from that and recover here, then they can kind of negate that for themselves.
So they lose all the yards they got on first down, and now it's back to 2nd and 10 now from the 35, back where we started. Roper stands on the 40. Tries to get Mount Vernon to come off sides. They don't. So now he gives out the play call. 1 receiver each way. 1 to the left, 1 to the right. Play action. Roper looking with time. Scrambling. Slings it, and it's incomplete, intended for Winters. And now a big third down in this drive, which started with great field positions, in jeopardy of stalling if Marion can't convert here on third down.
Yeah, and the play didn't really develop there. Looked like he was kind of looking for someone on that right side of the field, just didn't have an opening. But a smart job of getting rid of the ball there, and now we'll have to look and see if he can make a big play here on third down.
9:10 to go in this opening quarter. There was a flag on the play, just now noticed that. And that one was against Marion as well, I believe. So we're going back even further, and as well as the defensive drive started this game, Gage, this is not how you want to answer back offensively.
Oh, no, now you got to really – we're talking about making a big play. Now you really got to make one, right? You know, 3rd and long a little bit. Interesting to see what they're going to do. They got to air it out here, I think.
Marion has the big play potential as it's now 3rd and 15 from the 40. 3 receivers to the right, 2 out to the left. 5 receivers set for Roper, who stands alone in the shotgun. Under pressure, finds Thomas across the middle, and he's brought down just shy of the 4th down marker, and now a decision for Coach Dunning and company, as it's going to be 4th and short, and this might be 4 down territory.
And it looks like it might be third down now. The flag, I think they replayed the down when they kicked that flag.
The scoreboard was incorrect, so that was actually a second down. Now it's just third and short. Low snap, and they say Roper downed it. His knee went down as he went to get the ball, and that's not the break Marion was looking for there after they picked all those yards up. Now they lose them as Roper was down when he picked up the ball, the referee says.
Now they're presented with a choice, and it looks like they're not even going to think twice about it here. Thought maybe we'll see a possible special teams action, but it looks like Roper's ready to sling it.
So here is fourth down. It's 4th and 6 from the 33. Roper wants to air it out. His favorite target's Atkins. Touchdown Marion from 33 yards. And there's the 1,000-yard mark for Sam Atkins. He needed 9 yards, and he got 33, and he got 6 points in the process.
Time and time again, they find Atkins along that sideline here these last few weeks. It makes you wonder why we don't see it even more often.
Marion out to a 6-0 lead, and after a drive that just did not go their way through the first several plays due to penalties or miscues, bad snaps, it was Atkins on the 33-yard reception to negate all of the bad luck. And Marion with now the special teams unit on the field, and they will kick the extra point as Atkins does it all. He lines up now to kick the PAT, facing the dance team and the band as the kick is up, and it's good over the net into the band as Marion is out to a 7-0 lead just about 4 minutes into this game. The point after brought to you by Anderson Boys Trash Service. Call Michael Anderson, Anderson Boys Trash Service, for all your trash and waste disposal needs. We'll take a quick break. This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day from a rockin' Wildcat Stadium.
The teachers are really good, they're understanding.
All our faculty here teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on. They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful.
I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium. Sam Atkins having a busy night. He not only just passed Micah Markley in the record books as one of Marion's all-time great receivers, he kicked the PAT and now is going to kick the kickoff away after scoring Marion's first touchdown of the game. And Staples will bring it out this time as he fielded it out on the 1. Now tries to get some blocking, gets across the 20, streaking across the 30, still on his feet across the 40, and finally brought down. And there was the positive response the Rams needed as Jaden Twitty, number 23, stopped him from breaking even a longer return, and the Rams trying to get some positive momentum back as their offense went nowhere and then their defense gave up points.
Yeah, the picture-perfect start for the Wildcats in this one. Now you look for that defense to really hold strong as like we said, both teams are going to come out firing on both sides.
This is a Rams team that gave up 51 points to Carbondale a week ago and won. They scored 52, so you know they've got the potential to put up points. Marion's defense has to keep up the momentum they had on that opening drive. Disrow in the shotgun. Gives to Staples, who just had that return. This time he follows his blockers out to the left and gets 7 or 8 yards into the Rams sideline. Blake Winters forcing him out of bounds before the first down marker.
And he gave him a nice hit there, jawing a little bit too on that sideline.
Nice Rams crowd came down. Here's a replay of that first Marion touchdown as it was Callahan Roper to Sam Atkins, who had about a step and a half on the Mount Vernon defender, and Ryan Gadiski there on the bottom of your screen. He's all fired up as he used to be at Mount Vernon as well before coming to Marion. So, you know, this game means something to Marion's athletic director there.
And that catch put Atkins at 1,024 career receiving yards, now just trailing Derek Borum at 1,202.
Rams look like they pick up the first Southern Bank first down there on 2nd down and 3, as they are going to give Staples the bulk of the work here in the backfield tonight. They tried a few passing plays on that opening drive, but their bread and butter under Coach Mings is the old ground and pound, and Marion had issues with that at Carterville. They spotted at the 48, so it's 3rd and 1. He did not pick up the first down, and now a big 3rd down stand needed for the Wildcat defense again.
Yeah, and the Wildcats are going to want to try to keep limiting, and Mount Vernon's not going to slow down at all in the ground and pound game, but you really just got to try to limit them because you don't want to wear yourself down as the game goes along.
Disro's going to keep it, breaks one. Now he gets the first down. Now he's got his eyes on the end zone. Disro from 48 yards makes it a 7-6 game. And just like that, the Rams take 3 plays to answer back.
Yeah, not ideal for the Wildcats. You get them down to 3rd and 1. Obviously, you want to try to get that stop to convert 4th down, but you definitely don't want to let them take 52 yards to the end zone.
Yeah, 52-yard officially to the house for Disro, with 6:47 to go here in this opening quarter. And we talked about in the pregame, it was one of our Watermark Auto Group keys to the game. There's going to be a lot of points, and we might have a shootout on our hands tonight. If this first 5 minutes is any indication, that's certainly going to be true, as the Rams are on the field to tie it at 7, as both teams have high-powered offenses.
Who needs defense anyway?
Truman Carnine in to kick the point after. And to hold is Isaac Griever. The kick is good, and we're all tied up at 7 on our Watermark Auto Group scoreboard, and we've got a good one on our hands in week 3 of the high school football season. A pair of rivals, both at 1-1, trying to get to 2-1 and claim early season bragging rights in the South 7. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this one.
Hey y'all, it's me, Willie the Wildcat. I'm here to tell you about the official Wildcat Game Day shirts brought to you by Swinford Media Group. Whether you're cheering under the Friday night lights or packing the gym for basketball season, these shirts are the perfect way to show your Wildcat pride. Order yours now at swinfordmediagroup.com.
A contrast in styles playing out here at Wildcat Stadium tonight. The Wildcats, through their passing game, struck first, and the Rams, through the strength of their running game, answered right back. And which way you're going to go? If you like running football, you'll like the Rams. If you like passing football, you'll like the Wildcats. And whoever probably has the ball last might win this game.
Yeah, and if you like defense, well, maybe you picked the wrong game.
Yeah, maybe go find another game, because this one, so far, with 3rd downs or 4th downs, it doesn't matter. The big play potential is there for both of these sides, as we had a 38-yard score on one end, followed by a 52-yard answer back on the other end after a nice kick return. So as good as the Wildcat defense looked on the opening Rams drive, they looked equally as bad on that one. So the Marion defense will have to regroup after the Marion offense gets a shot to retake the lead, as this one will be a touchback. Max Wade can't get to it, and the Rams pin the Wildcats back deep in their own territory to start this drive.
And I think what we're going to continue to see from both sides defensively, it's going to be who can close out the drive, right? Both of those touchdowns coming on 3rd down. So it doesn't matter if you get that 1st and 2nd down stop if you can't complete the drive.
Let's see what the Marion offense dials up for their 2nd possession of the night. Callahan, Roper, and company back on the field. And before that big pass play, when Atkins got a step on his defender, the Marion offense was really struggling. They had a couple penalties, a bad snap, and down by Roper for a loss of yards before Roper and Atkins had that big connection. So let's see if they can get more things clicking here on their drive. They're going to have to go 80 yards here to take the lead. Pass play, no surprise here on 1st down. Roper slings it out, and it's short, as it was at the feet of Logan Hoffman, incomplete.
Intended for Logan Hoffman. 2nd down and 10.
And it'll be 2nd and 10 now from the 20.
Looks like Roper tried to kind of look off Atkins on the sideline, after making that big play, trying to get the defense's eyes that way, but wasn't able to get it there, and then Hoffman pass was just short. So
looks like Jamarion Peterson, number 6, has the assignment one-on-one with Atkins there on the bottom of your screen. They'll hand it off this time. It's Winters right up the middle through the tackles.
Winters the ball carrier.
And Blake Winters, our Hub Recreation Center player of the game last week, is really a Swiss Army knife for this Marion team.
Oh, yeah, and he's played with a bit of an edge so far. Had that big hit on the sideline over there. Started to jaw a little bit after sending him to the ground. And then he bullied his way up the middle right there.
8-yard pickup sets up 3rd and 2 from the 28 now. Thomas goes in motion. Roper back to Winters. They feed Winters on back-to-back plays, and he rumbles his way forward near that first down marker. And they will say he picked up the first Southern Bank first down. They'll move the chains, and Marion has a new set of downs now from the 30 as it's 1st and 10 actually from the 32. 4-yard pickup for Winters.
Big 3rd down conversion. It's going to be a key factor in this game if the Wildcats want to keep having success offensively.
Roper wants Atkins, overthrew him into the sideline. Miscommunication between those two guys. Two guys that have made plenty of connections over the last 3 years. Longtime friends as well, and that time just wasn't there as Roper won the deep ball. Atkins wanted to come back, and just enough yards to get that ball out of bounds into dangerous territory. If that had been in the middle of the field, that would have been a dangerous pass. 2nd and 10 now from the 32. 2 receivers out to the right. Atkins alone again on the bottom of your screen. Roper looks. Throws that one away, and again, Marion's offense really can't get anything clicking, and we're faced with another 3rd down, Gage, just like you talked about.
Yep, and you're going to have to try to make a big play to convert here. Look for kind of a play to give yourself some multiple options. I mean, right there, kind of alienated yourself. You didn't have the one option right there right away, and at least was able to make the good decision, got it out of bounds, and now you have a better chance of kind of moving forward.
The Rams defense trying to get off the field with the big 3rd down stop here. Roper alone on the bottom of your screen Atkins alone on the bottom of your screen as Roper stands in the shotgun. With time. He's got Junius Thomas wide open on the other side of the field. Everyone was looking for Atkins. They forgot about Junius Thomas, who takes it to the house. 68 yards for the score. And no penalty flags as this one will stand. And Marion again, Gage, it's a 3rd down conversion, and we talked about it in the break. Who cares if it's not working on the first couple plays? Just wait till 3rd down and air it out.
Oh, yeah. From now on, the rest of the game, no one is allowed to score unless it's 3rd down, and it has to be 30 yards plus. Those are the rules.
That one was 60 yards plus as Junius Thomas, a candidate for the Hub Recreation Center player of the game, was the recipient of that deep ball. And just as everyone was eyeing Sam Atkins, they left Junius Thomas wide open, and he's another one of these big Marion playmakers, as him and Atkins are neck and neck in terms of the area's top receivers according to the stats, and he just put his bid into the race for Hub Recreation Center player of the game for week 3. Atkins will now try to make it a 7-point lead. Roper to hold. There's the snap. There's the hold. The kick is up and through the uprights as Marion, with a response, just took all of a minute plus to answer right back and retake the lead. Defense optional here at Wildcat Stadium. Don't go anywhere as the Rams will try to answer back when we come back. The Marion Stars bringing you a good one here in week 3 from Wildcat Stadium.
The summer clearance sale is here at Anderson's Family of Stores. Come enjoy up to 70% off store-wide plus 12 months interest-free financing. We've got thousands of items in stock ready for you. Sofas, recliners, bed sets, dining tables. Plus, we have same-day delivery on most mattresses, all with up to 70% off plus 12 months interest-free financing.
Anderson's Furniture and Mattress.
Wildcats, number 7, Sam Atkins.
Sam Atkins will kick it away with Marion holding a 14-7 lead in this South 7 Conference rivalry game Alongside Gage Johnson, I'm Riley Swinford. Ross Swinford on the controls to my right. Bill Swinford down on the sideline, staying busy with all the highlights tonight as he is getting his money's worth down there tonight, as there's going to be a lot of big plays in this game. Staples will try to bring it out, fielded about the 10. Follows his blockers, patiently waits for a gap. Now he tries to get out to the outside. Toeing the sideline, forced out of bounds, ran out of space near the 40. And he's a dangerous return man that Marion's going to have to keep in check tonight.
Yeah, he's a blur out there. I mean, he gets out in the open field in a hurry. Wildcats going to have a daunting task ahead of them throughout tonight.
Let's go ahead and take a look back at that last scoring play courtesy of our sideline reporter tonight, Bill Swinford. Here's Atkins looking. He finds Junius Thomas way ahead of the coverage, and he took it the rest of the way to the house. It's one of those YAC, yards after catch plays, as Junius Thomas regave Marion the lead moments after Mount Vernon had just tied the game, and now it's the Rams' turn for a response, and the Marion defense is going to try to look more like the unit we saw in the first drive, not the second Rams drive. 1st and 10 from the 38. Coach Mings is going to use a timeout as the Rams were not set up the way he wanted them to be, and they were running out of time. So we'll have our first timeout of the night. We'll take a timeout as well as a shootout's brewing at Wildcat Stadium.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals, we strive to be your partner in convenient, local, and personalized banking solutions. From investing in your priorities to helping our community grow, we're committed to making a difference at Legence Bank.
I always know I can count on the people at Legence to answer my questions and connect me to the services I need.
We have you covered with a range of fraud prevention tools to keep your accounts safe and secure. With real-time debit card alerts, advanced encryption, and card controls, you can stay one step ahead of fraud with these security features.
Legence Bank supports you on and off the field. Go Wildcats!
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium after the Rams timeout. They hand it off. It's Staples on first down, and he's wrapped up and thrown back. And Marion's defense celebrating there as that was number 5, Makai Chisholm.
A big play right there. Ran into his Mount Vernon's quarterback ran into his own blocker, and then Malachi made the best of it right there. Or Makai, sorry.
Second and 10 now after the, they didn't update the scoreboard. It looks like he might have lost a yard. 4.5 minutes to go in this action-packed first quarter. Now a penalty flag as it's going to be a delay of game on the Rams. Nope, they did get a timeout in. So the Rams have to burn another timeout. So the Rams can't get on the same page. Back-to-back timeouts here, and we're going to take another break as the Rams try to sort things out and answer back as the Wildcats hold a 14-7 lead here in Week 3.
Hey, this is Michael Anderson, owner of Anderson Boys Trash Service. We are locally owned and operated. We are reliable and affordable. Weekly trash service. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate you, and my family appreciate the business.
Now serving residential and commercial properties with roll-off dumpster rentals available. Call 618-925-1215 or find us on Facebook at Anderson Boys Trash Service.
Second and 10 out of the timeout. The Rams trying to answer back. We'll see what the timeouts have led to as they had to burn 2 already. Quick out pass. It's Staples. Shifting his way back through. Gets some positive yards, gain of about 5 or 6 yards. As that was Hughes Disrow on the pass again at quarterback. And now one thing to watch as we play out the rest of this first half, the next 16 minutes of game action, the Rams will only have one more timeout to stop it, so that might come up. If they've got the ball late driving in this first half, they'll not have as many timeouts as they would like, as they had to burn 2 quick ones here to try to keep this drive going. Now it's 3rd and 4. Disrow's going to keep it himself. Follows his blockers across midfield. Now the C opens up, and he's off to the races. And just like that, on a 3rd down, Gage, the Rams answer back, and maybe they did find an answer with those timeouts, as the Rams with the competitive response of their own. And a week after playing a 52-51 game, the Rams trying to run back a similar script, as we're in for a good one here at Wildcat Stadium.
I mean, we said it again. 3rd down. I mean, who needs the other downs? We're just going to keep getting to 3rd down and seeing somebody break off for 40, 50 yards every time.
Wildcat defense looked pretty good to start that drive, but a miscue there and a breakdown led to a big opening across the middle, and Hughes Disrow took it all the way to the house on a 3rd and 4 quarterback keeper.
I tell you what, a risky thing to do to burn 2 timeouts like that early, especially right here in the first quarter, not even just the first half.
But they'll take it as it's all tied up at 14, and the 2 timeouts lead to points, and we're all tied up in the South 7 matchup. 3:33 left to go in the first quarter, and we've got a good one on our hands. Stay with us here live on the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals.
At the Hub, we're not just a fitness center. We're a community powered by people who care. Our dedicated staff will guide you every step of the way on our world-class fitness floor. Dive into fun in our aquatic center. And with our fitness and aquatics classes, there's something for everyone. Join us for family events that bring our community closer. We're people-powered, and we are here for you, creating a fitness experience that feels like family. Join us today at the Hub, where health and happiness meet.
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium as neither team is budging as we go back and forth, trading punches in the opening minutes. We've only been playing football, Gage, for about 8.5 minutes here at Wildcat Stadium. And, 7.5 minutes here at Wildcat Stadium. We've already seen plenty of action.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen, 1 3rd down stop so far. So, I mean, the offense, if they're not getting it done early, they're getting it done late on their drives.
Max Wade's going to receive it, but it's going to be in the end zone for a touchback, and the Marion offense will be pinned on the 20-yard line again. And last drive, it looked like they didn't have anything working until Junius Thomas broke a big play on a 3rd down.
Yeah, and I think if you're the Wildcats, obviously you don't want to, hit it so much that it's not working. But you've gotten 2 pretty big passing plays down the sideline. I think you got to try to trust Armor Roper a little bit here. Let him show it off. It's working early. Why not go for it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
We'll see what Marion's offense has in store here as they set up 1st and 10 from the 20. Two receivers out to the left, 2 receivers out to the right. Adkins and Thomas stacked up there on the near sideline. Now they've got Adkins. Makes one guy miss. Stiffen arms his way across the 35. And it was Thomas setting up Adkins, and those 2 are Marion's 2 receivers.
Ball spotted at the 37-yard line. 1st down, Wildcats.
Roper rolling out, slings it. He's got Hoffman near the Mount Vernon sideline. Shaking and baking, trying to make a guy miss and stay in bounds, but he's wrapped up And now Marion's offense finally, Gage, is starting to find a rhythm.
Yeah, Roper's kind of spreading the ball around, getting everybody in on the action, and that's what you want to do. You don't want to single out one guy and one weapon throughout the game. Get everybody involved. Establish a rhythm and a tempo here early.
Score update from DuQuoin tonight. It's all DuQuoin, 20-0 over Herrin. Under 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter. We're all tied at 14. Blake Winter is rumbling his way near the first down marker. We've got an update for you. Quintarius Townsend is wearing number 5 tonight. I believe earlier we thought number 5, according to our roster, was Mekhi Chisholm, but we are told now that Quintarius Townsend's wearing number 5. So if you see number 5, it is Townsend. That was enough yards from Winters for a First Southern Bank first down. So Marion now at midfield with a new set of downs, approaching the 2-minute mark in this action-packed first quarter. Low snap, Roper hands it. Marcus Hazel, 7 or 8 yards right up the middle, and now Marion mixing in some variety in their play calling, Gage, and trying not to be so predictable with the long pass.
I like it, giving Winters a little bit of breather as he comes back on the sideline, and now you see looks like Thomas coming off. And now really, like you said, just trying to get everybody involved, make sure you've got everybody fresh.
6 yards from Hazel sets up 2nd and 4 now from the 44. Roper stands near midfield. Steps up, wants Atkins. Who else? On the deep ball, and Marion wants the pass interference. And there is no flag, as everyone on that Marion sideline was making the universal signal for throw the flag, and it never came, and it's going to be 3rd and 4 now.
I mean, it was awfully close. I think a second earlier, and they probably would have got it. But a nice job by the Rams defender there, keeping some separation.
Coach Dunning there on the bottom of your screen still asking for an explanation. Wasn't getting much of one, as Marion's going to now have to dial up a 3rd and 4 here from the 44. Ball spotted in the top left of that Marion Gold M at midfield. They give to Hazel. With the push from the offensive line, gets the first down, and it was those offensive linemen leading the way, and Marcus Hazel followed his big guys up front, guys like Zach Short, Rogowski, Clark, Black, and Francis for enough yards for a First Southern Bank first down.
And I like the mix of Hazel in the backfield. Not to say that Winters is not quick, but he's kind of been a bully ball running back so far here early on in this game. And so far these last couple plays, Hazel's been a blur back there.
1st and 10 from the 39. They go right back to him. And he's picked up 8 or 9 yards. Under a minute to go in this opening quarter. Enough time for maybe one more play before we flip ends and go to the second quarter. 8 yards there, sets up 2nd and 2 from the 31. About a 17-second differential between the game clock and the play clock. Probably our last play of the first quarter coming right now. 2 receivers out to the right. They give to Winters. Trying to get out to the right, and he's forced out of bounds right near that first down marker and forced out of bounds, so we will have another play as the clock stopped when he went out of bounds.
It looks like they're going to say he's just short, so we got a 3rd down.
Watch out. This is when the damage has been done tonight. These 3rd down conversions, they go to Hazel. Met at the line by a couple of white jerseys, but he might have picked up enough yards for the first down. We'll see where they spot it. And it's going to be 4th and inches, I believe. No gain, they say. Be a 4th and 1 when we start the second quarter. So after 1 quarter of play, we're all tied up at 14. These two teams took turns throwing punches in the first quarter. And we're all tied up as we will start the second quarter. We've got a good one on our hands here with South 7 bragging rights on the line from Wildcat Stadium. The Marion Star will be right back with more live Marion High School football right after this.
My name's Craig Beyer. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. Been doing that for 33 years. I grew up in Wisconsin on a farm, and my dad had a masonry business. And orthopedics is really a good focus because I was trained as a bricklayer, and orthopedic surgery is very similar. Everything's have to be plumbing level. That skill set I learned as a bricklayer and mason, I use actually on a daily basis doing orthopedic surgery. Orthopedic surgery really involves treatment of the musculoskeletal system, which includes extremities, spine. We work with bones, joints, muscles, tendons, ligaments, etc. We provide both surgical and non-surgical management for musculoskeletal conditions. In fact, about 1 out of 10 patients I see in the clinic actually come to surgery. The other 9 out of 10 we can treat and manage non-surgically. I don't require referrals. Patients can come to see me straight away. My philosophy, again, is optimize non-surgical treatment before I perform surgery. Once I do surgery, unfortunately, I'm a perfectionist. My wife gives me a hassle. If I'm in the room and this picture on the wall is crooked, I will fix it, even in your house. I think part of that is the masonry background, because everything's got to be, again, plumb level and as close to perfect as you can achieve. You can shoot for perfection, accept excellence. That's my rule.
We're back here live to start the second quarter with a 4th and 1, and they go to Winters, who picks up the first down and then some. And Marion, this drive, as Winters lost his helmet and then celebrated, I believe, after picking up that first Southern Bank first down. But Marion on this drive, Gage, is mixing up the play calling, as we've seen more running plays on this drive than probably the rest of the season so far combined.
And I like it. I think that variation opens a lot of things up for Roper in that passing game like we've seen so far. Something you can tell they've worked on, and hopefully we'll see it a lot more going forward.
1st and 10 now from the 23. Low snap. Roper looking across the middle. He's got Thomas. One man to beat. Breaks the tackle and stands up for another score. And Junius Thomas, for the second time tonight, gives Marion the lead, as Junius Thomas is quickly establishing himself as a go-to candidate for our Week 3 Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game. And Callahan Roper, he's got to be up there as well, Gage, as he's implementing nearly a perfect offense and really the caregiver of this Marion offense to get everybody involved.
Oh, yeah. I did a really good job of being patient, allowed the play to develop, didn't have his first option, looked back after getting some nice time from his line, and was able to find Thomas on a quick little slant that turned into 6 points.
Unsung here on that drive is the Marion offensive line, as they not only gave Roper time to pass, they also led the way on those running plays for Hazel and Winters. And now Atkins will line up for the point after. And it's on the roof at the Heck Center with Marion up 7, 21-14 with 11:25 to go in this first half. And it took all of 35 seconds here in the second quarter to retake the lead, as Marion celebrates a hopefully longer than brief 7-point lead, as the defense will now be tasked with holding it.
Welcome to Wit Wisdom, located at 202 North Market in downtown Marion, Illinois. We're open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 5. Stop in and check out our spirit wear, custom tees, embroidery services, and more, all in a historical boutique setting. Check us out anytime online at www.witandwisdomstore.com.
$11:25 to go in the first half. Marion up 7, and now the defense is trying to keep this lead before we go to halftime, as every time Marion has retaken the lead so far tonight, the Rams have had an answer, and we'll see what adjustments the Marion defense and company have made going into this next Rams possession.
Well, I got to think by now, if you're on either sideline, you're going, please, 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 get a stop on third down. So, truthfully, he's just got to figure out how to close out that drive here.
Adkins to kick it away.
Or not.
We have a penalty. So let's try again. Squib kick, trying to keep it out of Staples' hands, and it's the quarterback. How often do you see this? The quarterback on special teams coverage. And there's Quintarius Townsend wearing number 5, and on the defensive coverage there, and it was Hughes Disrow, the Rams quarterback, was back for the return. Shows you how athletic he is. So the Rams, who had to use a couple timeouts on their last drive to get on the same page, still with one in their pocket as we play with 11:20 to go in this first half. They've got to start more organized on this drive. Last drive, they were all out of sorts, and it still ended with a big play on the quarterback keeper. We'll see if the Rams continue to go to their ground game, as they, I don't believe, Gage, have had a successful pass play tonight.
No, not for any substantial gain by any means, that's for sure.
They set up on the 24, 1st and 10. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 on the bottom of your screen to the left. Marion with 4 down D linemen. They go on the reverse, and it's not there for number 5. Nesbitt was the ball carrier. Malachi Cooper sniffed that one out. The Rams tried to catch Marion's defense off guard with a different look, and it didn't work.
It was a good job by Cooper to wrap him up there. It looked like he was about to break loose, but was able to hold on and bring him down.
Loss of 4. It's 2nd and 14 now from the 20. Both these teams have the big play potential we've seen all night. $10:40 to go in this opening half. Disrow slings it, and right as I said, there hasn't been very many pass plays for the Rams. They try to air it out, and Nesbitt nearly made a one-handed grab but couldn't come down with it.
Yeah, that would have been an impressive catch right there. Falling onto his back, arm reached back. Heck of a first big pass attempt for the Rams.
3rd and 14 now from the 20, and a big 3rd down the Rams need, but 3rd down conversions have not been a problem for either of these offenses so far tonight.
How many yards on this one?
They need at least 14 for the first down. Man goes in motion. That's Nesbitt. He's been busy on this drive. They sling it to him. He catches this one. Cuts across midfield. Lost it. Fumble. Marion's on it. Malachi Cooper recovers the fumble, and just as it looked like another big 3rd down conversion was coming, that ball slipped out, and Malachi Cooper celebrates a big play. And let's go back to our Watermark Auto Group keys to the game, Gage. If neither of these teams are good at getting stops, you certainly can't give them free possessions. And Marion's now got the ball and a chance to take a 2-possession lead, and that might be huge, as that was number 3 in our bullet points, Gage. You can't turn the ball over to these 2 high-powered offenses.
Oh, yeah, and it coincides with that number 4 where, we were expecting a shootout, because right here, if the Wildcats are able to keep that going and score right now, as long as you keep at this pace, you've got a 2-touchdown lead kind of going forward.
The Rams are going to use their last timeout. Coach Mings is upset after that big turnover. He wants his team to regroup on that far sideline. We'll regroup as well here in the booth. Marion 21, Mount Vernon 14.
Since 1999, Clark Natural Stone is a family-owned business that strives to not only offer you the best selection of rock and mulch in the country, but also provide you with the best service. Clark Natural Stone Slinger Truck is a great option when you need rock, sand, or gravel placed in an area not easily accessible to a conventional dump bed. To schedule your delivery or to ask any questions, call 618-997-3889 or visit our website, clarknaturalstone.com.
So now the Marion offense trying to make the Rams pay for that big turnover on that fumble, as Marion's offense trying to stretch this to what could be a key 2-possession lead. And one other thing to remind you about, Marion deferred, so they will get the ball to start the second half. So this could be a huge swing for Marion, whose defense has had trouble containing the Rams. If they can get some separation here, that could help down the stretch. Roper with time finds Alex Henry streaking across the middle, and Alex Henry, who's been relatively quiet tonight by Alex Henry's standards, makes a big first down catch there, and it's into the red zone again for this Marion offense.
And I mean, he's not a hard target to miss by any means. This is a large young man out there. And Roper's able to find him with a nice pass, and you want to keep your foot on the gas if you're the Wildcats right now.
Henry's been making his name offensively more this year after being a defensive standout a year ago. Hoffman takes a hard hit there.
Tackle on the play by Jackson Simmons. No gain on the play. Second down and 10.
2nd and 10 now. No gain on Hoffman's reception and big hit. $9:18 to go in this first half. Marion trying to take a 2-possession lead. They give it to Winters. Wrapped up. On the last drive, we saw Marion go more to the run game, and they go back to it here on this drive. And now we're already at 3rd and long. And another 3rd down conversion in this game coming your way.
Right. And I mean, looks like a little bit of clock management, I think, too, after that play. You not want to give them the ball right back with decent field position. But you got to think that the Wildcats are going to take another shot here, trying to keep a 2-possession lead.
3rd and 8 from the 21 now. Mount Vernon out of timeouts. Marion with all 3 of theirs. Low snap. Roper with time. Looking. Once Winters on the far side, goes up and gets it and comes down in bounds to make the catch. And Blake Winters is hurt on the play, but not before he picked up a First Southern Bank first down. He's getting up slowly now, but what a catch there for Blake Winters a week after he was our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. He goes up and gets it there to pick up the first down on 3rd and long, and Marion will be inside the 10 now from the 9 when we come back. It'll be 1st and goal from the 9. This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day.
Hi, I'm Joni, director at Binkley-Ross Funeral Homes. When you're faced with loss, it's comforting to know that someone who understands your pain is here to help. That's why I brought Blue and Mitchell Hughes Funeral Homes back under local ownership alongside Binkley-Ross Funeral Home. We've been serving Marion and Williamson County families with compassion and care for years, and we know how important it is to feel supported in your time of need. If you have questions or concerns about your previous arrangements, we're here to support you with understanding and kindness. You can always rely on us for honesty, respect, and care you deserve. Marion is not only my home, Marion is my heart.
Blake Winters helped off the field, and now we're back here live. 1st and goal from the 9, and Marcus Hazel takes it to the house. So Marion now with some separation. Up by 2 scores now, and that might play huge dividends down the stretch as the Rams turnover leads to Marion points. And Marion will also have the ball to start the second half. So Marion finally getting some separation in this game, Gage, after the 2 teams took turns trading punches early.
Yeah, and Hazel now getting in on the action more often. We've seen 3 different guys now put it in the end zone for the Wildcats.
Adkins, Thomas, and Hazel doing the scoring for Marion. Thomas with 2 touchdowns. Hazel and Atkins each with 1. Callahan Roper somehow been involved in all of them. So those are candidates for our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. Malachi Cooper also had that big fumble recovery. Got to throw his name in the hat as well. Let us know in the comments below. We'll name that in our post-game show. Now the point after. Up and good. And Marion's lead is 14. 28-14 on our Watermark Auto Group scoreboard. The point after brought to you by Anderson Boys Trash Service. Contact Anderson Boys Trash Service for all your trash and waste disposal needs. Now offering roll-off dumpster service for residential and commercial. We'll be right back. It's Marion by 2 scores now in week 3.
Contact Kenya Garner for an auto quote today.
Hey, we're back after a nice play by the Wildcats, taking a 2-possession lead. You got to think now for the Wildcats, if they're able to get a big stop, you can take a big commanding control going into the locker room.
Kicking off for the Wildcats, number 7, Sam Atkins. Back deep to receive, number 7, Jashawn Staples.
Atkins will kick it away. If the defense here can hold strong, Marion might have another chance to add to this lead and then get the ball to start the second half. Now he's got to start getting greedy. This one's blown dead. Flag on the field. Might be a legal procedure on the Marion kicking team. They're going to back this one up. And it looks like the last 2 kicks, Gage, Marion's been conscious of Staples, the return man.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason.
Yeah.
He's quick back there. So, I mean, as much as you can try to limit the ball being in his hands, I can't say I blame him.
5-yard penalty and re-kick.
5-yard penalty now will be a re-kick. Ball on the 35 as Atkins will kick it away. 8:11 to go before halftime. We'll have our Johnny Logan College halftime show for you at the break. Staples will field it on 2 bounces. Picks it up. Tries to get out to the outside. Cuts back and is wrapped up as Marion has done a good job containing him there. That was Jaden Twitty on the special teams coverage. And here's a look at the last Marion touchdown courtesy of Marcus Hazel as he came 9 yards right up the middle for that Marion score moments ago to give Marion this 2-possession lead where we stand now after the Atkins point after 28-14.
He's been a nice spark plug out of the backfield. It's been kind of heavy winters, I would say, through the first couple games, and he's had a huge burst of speed that's really elevated the Wildcats offense so far tonight.
8:05 to go before the break as the Rams set up on the 29.
Support the PTO.
1st and 10.
Tickets for a blanket, $1 a piece or 6 for $5.
Marion's defense has had its moments tonight, but they've given up a couple big plays that led to points. Let's see if they can hold strong here and keep this a 2-possession game. Disrow stands on the 25 as he hands it off to Staples. Tries to get out to the outside, forced out of bounds after a few yards. Junius Thomas in on the coverage for Marion. He's been busy tonight on both sides of the ball. 2-yard pickup sets up 2nd and 8 now from the 27. Under 8 minutes to go. Clock stopped as he went out of bounds. The Rams out of timeouts. 3 receivers out to the right. Working from the far hash. Penalty flag. False start on the Rams. Marion's defense thought they called a timeout. They were coming towards Coach Dunning. He motioned them, get back. But a loss of 5, and it'll be 2nd and long now for the Rams. After they picked up a couple yards, they march it right back the other way. And the Rams really need to answer back with points here as they have not proven able to stop Marion's offense, as Marion's offense has not had to punt or hasn't turned the ball over yet tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this could really be the Wildcats' biggest stop of the night if they can kind of turn the tide and take control on offense again.
Rams the pass. Hit as he throws. Jump ball, and Hudson Wade picks it off. Now he's going to try to return it. He's got his eyes on the end zone. Hudson Wade with the pick six. There's a late flag after the play, but did he get in first? That's the question. They're celebrating like he scored, but they're going to spot it at the 4. And Hudson Wade nearly took it back for a pick six, and we'll have to try to get a replay to see who had the hit on the quarterback. But that's what really set it up, is the quarterback was hit right as he released the ball, and it gave Hudson Wade time to settle underneath it. And then he tried to take it to the house and came up just 4 yards shy.
Much to the surprise of his teammates there, as they were already celebrating that he just caught the ball. And then I couldn't see who the receiver was, but he turned back around. And he's like, whoa, he's off to the end zone.
So there was a flag on the end of the play, so half the distance to the goal, as I think they got the Rams for unsportsmanlike conduct and necessary roughness and celebrating, drawing back and forth both ways in this high emotions conference game. And all of a sudden this game's turned on its head for the Rams as Marion has a chance to make it 3 possessions, Gage.
This is a huge moment to be able to take a big lead like this and then possibly go back on defense again, especially now knowing that looming in the back of our heads, the Wildcats have it to start the second half.
And still a bunch of timeouts, too. They could still score a couple more times this half. They direct snap it to Winters. A different look here. 2 yards to go. He's trying to get out to the outside, and he does as Blake Winters takes the long route for 2 yards. And Marion's up 3 scores, and all of a sudden this back and forth affair has flipped into a Marion 3-possession lead.
And just demoralizing plays there for the Rams. You give up the score, then you have the big pick right there, and then a score. And I mean, in the blink of an eye, you're now down big time in this game.
20-point Marion lead. They're trying to add to it here as the special teams unit comes out. They always set up in this formation and decide whether to go for 2 or kick the PAT. This time it looks like they might be going for 2. Marion's feeling good. Nope, never mind. They do that every time, and this time I fell for it. Roper's going to hold. Atkins will kick. The snap. The point after is good. And for the 5th time tonight, Sam Atkins puts the cap on a scoring drive as Marion rolling now up 21, 35-14. The Wildcats have taken control here at Wildcat Stadium.
My part-time service in the Army National Guard gives me a lot of opportunities. I have the ability to serve close to home, wherever that may be in the volunteer state. It also provides tuition benefits, making it possible to get the education I've always wanted. And since my service is part-time, I can pursue my dream job in the career field I choose. With part-time service in the Army National Guard, I really can have it all.
Visit NationalGuard.com to find out more.
We're back here live with Marion in control, 35-14, and we've still got 7:35 to play in this first half. And a week ago, Gage, we thought Marion's offensive numbers were maybe inflated due to Granite City, but against a much more formidable opponent tonight with Mount Vernon, this offense is still putting up big numbers.
Right. You're seeing more confidence than we saw in that week 1 against Carter. Their tempo is nice. They've got a nice rhythm. Everybody's kind of getting involved. You're not just relying on one weapon here and there, which they've gotten plenty of people involved, but not in such a variety of play calls. So the offense just looking really crisp so far.
Disro's going to try to make something out of this return as he finally gets wrapped up on the far side near the 40 as Marion is continuing to try to kick it away from Staples. And so far it's worked as they have the last couple drives after giving up points on the Rams' first 2 tries, have done a much better job containing the Rams. And there's a look at Hudson Wade's near pick 6. And then here's the direct snap to Winters as he took the long route in for 2 yards to set it up now 35-14, thanks to Bill Swinford down on the field getting those other angles.
What a read there by Winters. Had a couple of blockers there set up for him. He's like, I don't need them. I'll just go to the outside.
From the 38, the Rams offense trying to answer back in the worst way possible here. Rams sideline silent after they were trading cheers back and forth with the Maniacs. Not much to say now, down 21. Disrow there on the keeper. Thomas again on the coverage there defensively, as he has been busy tonight, as I keep mentioning.
And, I mean, the Wildcats defense has just been locked in. I mean, they had nowhere to go on that entire play. Regardless of whether he was getting to that sideline, he had no room to run.
2nd and 6, 4-yard pickup on the quarterback keeper. $7:20 to go in this opening half. Clock stopped. Hughes Disrow rolls out, steps up, slings it. Pass is complete for the first down. Now trying to pick up some other yards as the Rams need some positivity right now. That was Nolan Mast, the senior receiver, number 13 in white. Andre Jones in on the coverage. The Rams pick up the first down and will move into Marion territory now.
A rare, nice pass play from Mount Vernon so far in this one. It'll be interesting to see if they start to stray away from that ground game that has been kind of their calling card so far this year.
First and 10 from the 41. Under 7 minutes to go. Mount Vernon trying to make this a more manageable deficit at least before halftime. You're not going to probably come all the way back before the break, but try to cut into it. But right on cue, Junius Thomas with the pick. Now Junius Thomas with the return, and after a fumble led to a Marion score, it's a Mount Vernon pick. Junius Thomas doing a little bit of everything, and the Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game nominations continue to roll in, and Junius Thomas might have to be a top after this first half.
I mean, doing it from both sides. He's been explosive no matter what side of the ball he's on. I mean, what can he not do tonight?
Marion huddling up now, and as Gage mentioned on the last drive, you kind of have to take some clock management into consideration here, as Marion is an up-tempo, no-huddle kind of team, but with the ball, with the lead, and 3 timeouts in your pocket, it might not be a bad idea to slow this thing down a little bit. But right on cue, they want the deep ball, and it's Hoffman nearly making me look like a fool, as that could have been a 43-yard scoring strike. As soon as I was talking about clock management, Marion goes for the big home run swing there. Knockout blow, maybe.
I mean, hey, Roper's been able to connect on that long ball so far, and I mean, he was just inches away from getting that one over the double coverage. So you like the aggressiveness from them there. You can tell they're confident.
Yeah, playing with a lot of confidence. Everything's working tonight, and why not? Marion yet to turn the ball over, yet to punt. Every possession Marion has had has led 2 points, and it's also been set up by their defense. Last possession, it was a fumble that they turned to points. This time trying to turn an interception into points. Last time they only had to go 2 yards, this time 43. There's a look at Junius Thomas's interception moments ago. Those plays are all candidates for our Black Diamond Family of Businesses thrilling moment of the game. We'll also name that in our post-game show. Marion working from the left hash. 3rd and 5 from the 38. They give to Hazel. Gets blocking out to the left and falls forward near the first down marker. And they're going to mark him just shy, I believe, of the first down. So a 4th and short coming now.
Gain of 2 on the play. 4th down and 3.
4th and 3 from the 36. 5.5 minutes to go. Marion's going to go ahead and use a timeout to talk it over. So with 5:26 to go before our John A. Logan College halftime show, Marion trying to add to its 21-point lead. We'll see what Marion does out of the timeout. 4th and 3 from the 36. Mount Vernon needs a 3rd down stop in the worst way possible. 4th down stop in the worst way possible. Marion with 2 more timeouts. Roper across the middle and broken up, intended for Alex Henry, and they went for it through the air on 4th and short, and a questionable decision there to throw the ball as Mount Vernon gets the 4th down stop they needed and gets back on the field down just 3 scores. And for the first time tonight, Marion's offense does not put together a scoring drive.
And honestly, not the worst play. I mean, you got a nice pass made there. Henry just wasn't able to kind of corral it. So now you look back the other way. So I guess at the end of the day, it's that choice. Do you want to risk punting it in the end zone, or do you want to try to go for it and keep possession? So not the worst outcome there, but the defense has shown some resolve here on the last couple of drives, and it looks like Dunning's trusting them to get it done again.
2 timeouts for Marion, none for Mount Vernon, as the defense is tasked with trying to keep this a 3-possession game, I should say, on the scoreboard before halftime. Marion ball to start the second half. Keep that in mind.
First and 10, Mount Vernon.
Nothing there on 1st down as the Marion defense swarms to the ball. And they're going to lose some yards. Evan Francis in the backfield in a hurry there. And no running room there for the Rams. 2-yard loss. 2nd and 12 now. From the 34, under 5 minutes to go before the break. The Rams trying to cut into this lead before we go to halftime. They've had big plays in this game, but it's been a while. Disrow rolls out, threw a pick on the last one, and a near interception there as that sails over the head of the intended receiver, Mass.
And Max Wade, he was hawking that the whole way. If that pass had a little less air under it, we might have had another interception for the Wildcats.
Yeah, Max Wade's eyes lit up as he saw that ball very, very, very questionably thrown in the air there by Mount Vernon's quarterback. And they've had a fumble and an interception on their last 2 possessions and cannot turn the ball back to Marion here because Marion's offense does not need a lot of time.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about 3rd down stops being a big thing. Marion's been able to get a couple big stops when they've needed these last few drives. Here's a chance for another one.
3rd and 12. Disrow scrambling. Trying to cut up field on the keeper, and Malachi Cooper with the big 3rd down tackle, and he's feeling it. Tackle for a loss there from Cooper as he's been busy tonight. And a 4th and long here, and the Rams without any timeouts, deep in their own territory, you would think have to punt it away here.
Yeah, and I mean, you can tell the Rams definitely feel a little bit uncomfortable. You know, the running game's been such a huge hit for them so far this year, but when they haven't been able to run the ball tonight, they've really struggled to find any variety in their offense.
4th and 9 from the 37. The Rams wouldn't go for it here, would they? Looks like they might. A do-or-die situation here for the Rams, and Coach Dunning's going to use a timeout to make sure his defense is prepared for it. With 2 timeouts in his pocket, why not? Is Marion trying to hold a 21-point lead before the half and then possibly get the ball back and add to it. Stay with us. This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day.
I'm excited to represent Southern Illinois when playing basketball for SIU, and it's important to me to give back to this region. That's important to Banterra Bank also, and it's one of the reasons that I'm proud to be a customer. They support their communities, and with their mobile app, I can check my accounts, make payments, and more, all on my time. Plus, they offer a Saluki Visa debit card that supports SIU scholarships and athletics.
That was an easy win for me.
Banterra Bank, official partner of Saluki Athletics.
Do you feel like your business is sinking in accounting and payroll work? Are business taxes and confusing technology dragging you down? Call the experts at Kemper CPA Group. We'll answer your questions and give you the tools to keep your business afloat.
A big 4th down coming here from the 37 after the Marion timeout. The Rams trying to keep their hopes alive in this game on this 4th and long, deep in their own territory. Disrow throws it up. Jump ball broken up by Andre Jones, and Marion's defense gets the 4th down stop and gets back off the field and gives this offense some time before halftime.
All right, I tell you what, for the Rams, you're just thinking that wasn't a pick.
Oh, my gosh.
The second that ball went up in the air, it did not look like it was going to end up in a receiver's hands.
No, that was a literal prayer thrown up there by the Rams, and Marion could have potentially picked that off, but Jones went up and swatted it down. And now this Marion offense, which has quick strike potential, has 1 timeout and 3:36 to work with before the break, already up 21. And now you got to be greedy, like I said on the last drive. Don't be content going into halftime. Playing against a rival, playing against somebody that's already 1-0 in the conference. You got to try to add to this lead. Play action, Roper rolls out to the left, wants Thomas, and nearly a big play there, but Thomas can't reel it in. And Thomas would like to have that one back.
Oh, yeah, got a little bit too excited. Had dreams of the end zone already in his head, but got to catch the ball to take off.
Thomas has been busy tonight, one of his rare mistakes in this game, as he has done it all. An early candidate for our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. 5 receivers now for Roper on 2nd and 10 now from the 37. Giving out instructions. He's got Winters to his left. Thomas, Henry, Hoffman to his right. Atkins on the far side. Steps up across the middle. Thomas catches this one. Makes the first guy miss. Cuts back across the middle. Still on his feet. Spins towards the 5, another spin, and he's hitting all the buttons on his man controller Gage as he's into the Rams territory, back in the red zone where Marion has lived tonight, and a chance to add to this lead before halftime.
And I mean, at this rate, are we sure he's not putting in a cheat code? I mean, he seems to kind of be that tonight for the Wildcats offense.
Callahan, Roper, and Junius Thomas, the 1-2 punch tonight has put Marion on their backs, and they're trying to do it again. 1st and goal from the 6 as Winters is going to stand next to Roper. Now a low snap. Can Thomas finish off the drive? Roper was looking for him, but instead dumps it off to Winters out to the right. He makes a guy miss, drags 2 guys with him. Did he cross the plane? Roper was signaling touchdown to the referee. Stopped at the 1. Blake Winters with 5 yards on 1st down, sets up 2nd and goal from the 1. .2:23 to go before the break. Hazel comes in at running back, next to Roper's right. They give it to Winters to try to finish it off, and a flag on the play. This one's coming back.
Offside, Mount Vernon.
Oh, offsides on Mount Vernon. So half the distance to the goal. Second and short from the short. They'll be at the 1/2 yard line here to punch it in. Hazel in the backfield. Winters lines up at fullback. Henry, Hoffman to the right, Atkins to the left. Goal line formation for the Wildcats. Roper on the 5. Gives to Hazel. And for the second time tonight, Marcus Hazel finds the blue Marion end zone. And he's celebrating as Marion, in shocking fashion after how this game started, has jumped out to a 41-14 lead. And all of a sudden, Gage, we've got another rout on our hands.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about there being offense in bunches, but what we didn't know is that the Wildcats defense was going to say, hey, we got something we want to show you guys too.
Yeah, pick, a fumble, a big 4th down stop moments ago. So the defense rising to the occasion after a few miscues early has given this Marion offense plenty of possessions, and all but one time has the Marion offense turned a possession into points tonight. Marion's going to line up for the point after now. And another point after is good from Atkins, who's perfect on the PATs tonight. With a minute 46 to go before our John A. Logan College halftime show. Marion taking control here tonight at Wildcat Stadium.
Your dream wedding gown awaits at Blush and Ivory Bridal, the most recommended bridal boutique in Southern Illinois. At Blush and Ivory, you won't be lost in the crowd. With every private appointment, the entire boutique is yours. Just you, your loved ones, and your personal stylist. Together, you'll discover a curated selection of gowns, veils, and accessories to create the bridal look you've always imagined. And say yes to the dress that brings out the bride in you. Schedule your private appointment today at Blush and Ivory Bridal, 307 North Market Street in Marion. Call 618-882-926.
So a week after hanging 50 points in the first half on Granite City, how about this for an encore, Gage? 42 tonight against Mount Vernon.
Yeah, and I mean, the defense has done the job setting a lot of it up. But multiple people getting involved, whether it's Hazel with 2 touchdowns, Thomas with 2, and Roper involved with plenty of them.
The Marion cheerleaders got their practice last week, Gage. 63 jumping jacks against Granite City last week. There's 42 here so far tonight in the first half, a minute 42 to go. And we'll see if Marion's defense can give the offense more time to put more points on the board and give those cheerleaders some more cardio activities before this game is over with. As those cheerleaders, Marion came in to play tonight. We talked about in our pregame show, they had 34 points in week 1, 63 points in week 2. And Marion came in to play tonight averaging 48 points. So they're just shy of their average so far, and we've only played a little bit less than 1/2 of football tonight. Disrow back at quarterback as he has had his struggles on the last couple drives, and more of the same there as Junius Thomas, who else, with the pass breakup there, and he gets a word from Coach Dunning, as I think Coach Dunning's telling him to stay focused as Junius started to celebrate a little bit there.
Interesting play calls kind of coming from Mount Vernon now. A couple plays in a row on these last few drives where you're rolling out. He's trying to having to throw across his body to get an out route, and it just really hasn't done much for the Rams. So, but Wildcats again doing a nice job of snuffing it out.
There was a look at Marcus Hazel's touchdown moments ago to give us this 42-14 lead. Hazel's got 2 scores tonight. Lots of guys contributing. Not much there for the Rams ball carrier there, as that was Staples on 2nd and 10. Alex Henry in on the coverage for Marion.
Yeah, and Riley, I'd be interested to see just how aggressive the Wildcats and Dunning want to be if you get a stop here. They do still have one more timeout to burn if you want to try to score again before the half.
A minute to go before halftime. The Rams trying to milk this and try to get into halftime. Play clock under 13 now. Under a minute to go on the game clock. They're going to wind this thing all the way down before they snap the ball. Disrow hands it off. And there's Thomas again on the wrap-up. And it looks like Dunning will use his timeout, just like you talked about, Gage, right on cue, as they gave it to Wyatt Evans. And not much room for him there as Junius Thomas stopped him well shy of the first down. So with 43 seconds to go, Marion will use its last timeout to force the Mount Vernon punt and give this offense another shot at it before the break. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the punt and the ensuing possession right after this.
Hey y'all, it's me, Willie the Wildcat. I'm here to tell you about the official Wildcat Game Day shirts brought to you by Swinford Media Group. Whether you're cheering under the Friday night lights or packing the gym for basketball season, these shirts are the perfect way to show your Wildcat pride. Order yours now at swinfordmediagroup.com.
And Marion doing just that. They called that timeout that we talked about right before we went off. And now the Wildcats have a chance to really set up some running clock with the ball coming back into the second half.
4th and 5. The Rams are going to go for it. They sling it out and blocked by Henry. Pass broken up at the line of scrimmage by Henry as he batted that one down. And great field position now, Gage, for this Marion offense as they will have 1st and 10 from the 29.
And, I mean, this is a great time. Not only, obviously, they're trying to get this running clock. They're trying to take that big lead into halftime, have possession coming back. But this is a great chance for the Wildcats to work on some late game type situations, right? You've got clock to work against. I'm pretty sure they used their last timeout.
Yeah, the scoreboard still says 1, but Marion just used the timeout.
So, I mean, you got no timeouts. You got 38 seconds, and you're trying to find the end zone. How do the Wildcats go about doing it right here?
One receiver out to the left, one receiver out to the right for Roper. Winters to his right in the shotgun. Low snap. With time. Steps up. Hoffman in the back of the end zone, and a perfect pass from Roper, and the O-line gave him plenty of time to find Logan Hoffman alone in the end zone. And all of 8 seconds is what this Marion offense needed to add another score. And Marion clicking here with another nearly 50-point first half as they will line up for the point after. And if they can get the 2-point conversion, which I don't think they're going to try, it would match last week's 50. But nonetheless, you're averaging 49.5 points over the last 2 weeks.
And I said they're working on late game situations possibly. Well, you do that in late game, I think you'd be all right.
Well, and you'd also give the other team back the ball because they only took all of 8 seconds off the clock. That's all Callahan, Roper, and company needed as Callahan Roper continues to add to his just outrageous stats. We talked about it in the pregame, and this is going to be one for the record books if he keeps this up. And part of his issue, and they are going to go for 2. And still standing up as he crosses the goal line is Broomfield as Marion hangs 50 on the scoreboard again, Gage. And I guess talked that one into existence because I said they'd have to go for 2, and I didn't think they would. But, man, everything's clicking for Marion. But part of what I was saying is Roper might not get as many chances down the stretch to add to his career totals because if they keep blowing people out, he won't play 4 quarters.
Which I think if you're him, he probably doesn't care a little bit too much. But, man, I mean, what a 2 weeks it has really been offensively. But especially tonight, the defense showing out to set up that offense.
There was an unsportsmanlike penalty on the celebration, so they will assess that on the kickoff. And we'll go ahead and keep it here, Ross, as we're about to line up for the kickoff. Marion leading 50-14 here at Wildcat Stadium alongside Gage Johnson. I'm Riley Swinford, and it's all Marion. After we were knotted at 14 gauge, the Wildcats have answered back with 36 unanswered points.
I mean, you can't imagine a better half. The response that the Wildcats have shown when they took a couple blows early to clean up their football and really get everybody involved and shake up their offense and not rely on just a couple plays.
8 offensive possessions for Marion, 7 ending in points, 6 ending in PATs, 1 for 1 on 2-point conversions, no turnovers, and just 1 drive that stalled on a turnover on downs. What an offensive half for this Marion offense. Atkins will kick it away. And the squib kick is blown dead as we've had some issues on kickoffs tonight. This referee crew appears to be sticklers on their kickoffs as they have thrown flags all night on the kickoffs, it seems. They'll back this one up. And if your only difficulty gauge is kicking the ball off after you score 7 times and a half, I'd say that's a pretty good night.
Yeah, I think you're not too mad about that, all things considered. I mean, really, they've done a great job of limiting the penalties throughout this game. It's something that I think we saw in bits even in the Granite City game. But here tonight, even if they've had them, they've been able to respond to them pretty quickly.
Squib kick here. Picked up. It's going to be brought out near the 35. And it's Josh Crowder, the return man for the Rams, and the Rams offense, which hasn't scored since this game was tied at 14, and it started to get out of control as they had a series of miscues. It was a fumble, then a pick, and this Marion offense really smelled blood in the water. And once it started raining, it started pouring for the Rams, and now you look up and it's 50-14. We'll see if the Rams try to get any more plays off or if they take a knee and head into halftime. As the Rams sideline and all the students who came from Mount Vernon are deflated as they felt good after a big last-second win at Carbondale last week. Their third week playing on the road here tonight has not gone their way. Looks like they will try to run a play as Disrow drops back. Now it's the quarterback drop play as he goes across the 40. The Rams are out of timeouts. Junius Thomas and Alex Henry, 2 stalwarts of that Marion defense, and on the coverage. And it looks like the Rams are going to be content heading into halftime down 50-14 as this clock will run out. Marion ball to start the second half as we'll have an extended halftime tonight. We'll have our Johnny Logan College Why Would You Go Anywhere Else halftime show when we come back, as we'll recap a 50-14 half dominated by Marion after a back-and-forth start to this game. Marion's defense made some plays and Marion's offense did the rest, and we'll have our Kemper CPA Group stats. We'll hear from Bill Swinford, who's been down on the sidelines all night tonight. We'll go around the region, bring you some other scores, and we'll also show you the Marching Wildcat Band's halftime performance. We'll be back with our Johnny Logan College Why Would You Go Anywhere Else halftime show right after this.
Black Diamond Harley-Davidson presents Why I Ride.
Hi, I'm Les Ingram, and this is Why I Ride. I taught special education for 28 years. I haven't drank in 34 years. I needed something to relieve the stress, and the bike does it wonderfully. I've been riding 34 years. I currently have, through the Harley Owners Group, Ride 365, I have 649,607 miles. As a matter of fact, I don't want to go anywhere unless I'm traveling on the Harley.
Welcome you back. The coaches at Crown Brew getting coffee.
Hello, I'm Denon Davis. I'm a family practice physician at Deaconess, Illinois Clinic. I've greatly enjoyed practicing in Southern Illinois in general. Of course, I grew up here and I wanted to come back and provide care for the people I grew up with. A small town area to raise your children and to have a practice is hands down better than being in an urban area or city. When you come to my office and you see me, I usually try to be pretty detailed, especially on your first visit. I want to know everything about you. I usually will review your entire chart. Thereafter, you'll usually get an after visit summary that I provide. It's got each problem typed out, and you get a print up of that every time you come and see me. I want you to know and understand everything that you come to see me for. The most rewarding part of family medicine is getting to know the people that you take care of, developing those relationships. And as I tell a lot of my patients when they come in, I treat them just like they are my family, just like I would my mom and dad.
We're back here live at halftime of our Johnny Logan College Why Would You Go Anywhere Else halftime show, where Marion leads Mount Vernon 50-14. As we tally up some stats and get ready to recap this action-packed first half, we'll send it down to the field for the Marching Wildcat Band's halftime show. We'll be back with more from Wildcat Stadium right after this halftime performance. That was the marching Wildcat Band on the field with the color guard and the drum line as our John A. Logan College Why Would You Go Anywhere Else halftime show continues. The Marion High School dance team will now join them for their portion of the halftime show. We'll send it back down to the field for more of this halftime performance. Gage and I are still rounding up the stats from all of the action in the first half. We'll talk more about it after the marching band, the dance team, and the drum line are all finished here on our John A. Logan College halftime show. I'm now rejoined by Gage Johnson here on our John A. Logan College halftime show, where Marion leads Mount Vernon by a score of 50-14. And Gage, that Marion loyalty sounds a little bit sweeter when you're up 36 points at halftime.
Oh, yeah, and when you got plenty to show, whether it's on offense or defense, a number of people getting involved, and, man, was the crowd into it.
Lots of big plays to look back on, lots of moments to celebrate. We'll have our hands full in our post-game show, trying to narrow it down to just one player or one big thrilling moment of the game. As if the first half was any indication, we're in store for a lot more in the second half as well, as Marion is back out of the locker room. There's 8 minutes on the clock. We're still on our halftime show here as some spring athletes are about to get recognized down on the field. But as we try to recap that first half, Gage, what really stands out in your mind from the Wildcats dominating 50-point performance, and as I noted, for the second week in a row, granted.
Yeah, and I mean, anybody that looks at the scoreboard right away is going to jump out to you and say, oh, well, it's the offense.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the defense, to me, just shone through there that allowed the offense to succeed that much. Mount Vernon, it was tied 14-14 with 3:33 left to go in the first quarter. Mount Vernon hadn't seen the end zone since. You had a fumble recovery, you had 2 picks, a sack, some tackles for a loss, a number of people really setting things up, whether it was Cooper, Hudson Wade, Junius Thomas doing it on both sides, and Alex Henry with the lone sack. I mean, the Marion defense has shown up prepared to try to stop this huge running game that the Rams had.
The Rams came in after a 52-point performance last week against Carbondale. We talked about it on our pregame show. You knew Marion had seen the tape, and that was going to be on the top of the Wildcats' mind coming into this game on how to contain the running game, the two-headed monster, and they've been exactly who we thought they were going to be. It's been Disrow and Staples, the two main weapons for the Rams, and after this game got off to a back-and-forth start, the defense stood up and put an end to it, and after trading scores early, Marion started getting stops, and once it started rolling, it really got out of control, and the Rams couldn't stop it as a fumble led to a Marion score, and an interception led to a Marion score. A couple of fourth down stops led to Marion scores, and as I mentioned, 7 out of 8 times Marion touched the ball in that first half, it led to points. 6 of those times, Sam Atkins finished it with a point after, and another time it was a 2-point conversion. So really, if you're Coach Dunning and you're the coaching staff, Gage, you're in that locker room talking about it before the game. I'm not sure you would have expected 50-14, but this is pretty well how you'd script it up.
Yeah, I mean, what more could you want out of a South 7 rivalry matchup? It's exactly how you want to come out, take control of the game early, made a couple of big stops, and, man, once you felt that kind of deflation from the Mount Vernon side after a few big plays and Marion got that 2-possession lead, it just kind of spiraled from there. Before
we go to our Kemper CPA Group LLP halftime stats, down on the field, we're looking at the spring sports teams getting recognized. We had the girls soccer team, the Marion High School baseball team, the Marion High School softball team, and the Marion High School girls track team are all getting well-deserved recognition for their accomplishments back in the spring. All these teams regional champions, and the girls track team went to state. So well-deserved recognition down on the field for all of our spring sports teams. They always don't get the recognition that they deserve because as soon as those spring sports season ends, you go to graduation, everybody gets out of school, and everybody goes their separate ways. So it's good to see them come back and recognize these 4 teams that had outstanding springs and put their names in the Marion High School trophy case and record books for the rest of time. Let's go ahead and go inside the stats, Gage, for some halftime stats inside the numbers. Of course, when you talk about stats, you got to talk about Callahan Roper, who continues to move up the Marion all-time passing records.
Yeah, and I mean, amongst the hundreds of passing yards he's already amassed in this game, he had 4 passing touchdowns. 2 of those going to Thomas, 1 for 68 yards, 1 for 23 yards. And then you had the one to Atkins for 33 yards, which put Atkins over that 1,000 career receiving yard threshold, now sitting at 1,024 after that catch, putting him 4th as a Wildcat to have ever done it. And then you had Hoffman also getting involved on one of those passing touchdowns for 29 yards, while it was Hazel and Winters holding it down in the run game, with Hazel getting a 9-yard rushing touchdown, a 1-yard rushing touchdown, and Winters a 2.
Looking at those stats from Kemper CPA Group LLP, if those were your stats for the game, I think you go home feeling pretty good. Those are just stats from 2 quarters of football here tonight at Wildcat Stadium. So Marion's offense, 2 weeks rolling, averaging 50 points in the first half. What an offense this is, and if they could get the defense to match it, this is a team that could go far. And that first half tonight, the defense showed signs of being able to step up.
Absolutely. I mean, they had the fumble recovery from Cooper. You had Hudson Wade get a nice pick that almost turned into a little rumble-tumble into the end zone. Thomas was able to get involved on defense with a pick, and then Henry had a sack, and a number of guys contributing to tackles for loss tonight. So, I mean, the Wildcats defense has been strong in spades.
We're now joined in the booth by the 3rd member of our team tonight, Bill Swinford, who's been down on the sidelines providing all those instant replays we've brought you, and there were lots of highlights in that first half. He was busy down on the sideline recording all those big scoring plays, one after another, defensive stop after defensive stop, fumble recoveries, picks. This first half had a little bit of everything. What's the Marion energy down on their sideline like, feeling good about that first half?
Well, it's. I think that maybe they're a little surprised how they've kind of started running away with it here, but they are very businesslike. They have been very impressive the way that they've just tuned in to their coaches and responding obviously very well. I think it was indicative that first drive when they had everything going wrong and they were going backwards, and yet Callahan got that touchdown pass anyway, and it just seemed he just very calmly stands back there, and it just seems like a quiet confidence everybody has that this team can score just about any time, no matter what the situation. And so that always helps the team. One of the things that I think is interesting, when you get down on the sidelines, you pick up on things that you can't get from the booth, and there's a lot of controversy going on this end of the field down here where the officials are not letting the Wildcats switch out the football before they kick the extra points. And the issue with that is that the ball goes up on the roof and a lot of them don't come down. And Ryan Gadisky's down there stressing over whether all of his good footballs are going to get lost on the roof. And they've been arguing with the officials because they say the officials have been letting them do this for 15 years, even though by the rule book you're not supposed to. So what they've taken to doing is just substituting the kicking ball in late in a drive if they can. If they get down close to the sideline, they substitute it in, and then they run the ball over, and then they kick that ball up on the roof, and you never see it again. But this is not a roof that you can just park somebody up there.
Right.
It's a sloped roof, and sometimes they come back down. But I think one of the things to look at in a game like this, when you see them going for two, like they did at the end of the first half there, some of that may have to do with the concern about the number of footballs that they have left to give. It's a lot of fun. Oh, and Kerry, that's the other thing. Former coach Kerry Martin down on the field, his idea is for the Swinford Media Group to sponsor a drone with a robotic arms that can fly up there, that he thinks that would be a big hit. I told him we'd get right to work on that. So, Ross, that's your next assignment.
Thanks for all your work down on the sidelines. It's been a first half dominated by the Wildcats. Lots of big plays to record and send back up to the booth. We showed you many of those as our halftime show here got started. They've put more time on the clock, so an extended halftime has been extended even further. We've got 3 more minutes for the teams to come out and stretch and get loose, as they have been standing around for over 20 minutes as all those spring sports athletes were introduced and the marching band performed. So we'll be back with live action here in just about 3 minutes. We'll go ahead and hear from our sponsors who make all these live streams possible week after week, game after game, season after season here on the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day. Gage and I will have the kickoff, which will be Marion ball to start the half right after this.
Thanks for watching this live stream of Marion High School athletics on the Wildcat Game Day. The action is brought to you by the Swinford Media Group and all of our sponsors. Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, Black Diamond Family of Businesses, Illinois Army National Guard, Deaconess Illinois Medical Center, Binkley-Ross Funeral Home, Legence Bank, First Southern Bank, Bank of Herrin, Banterra Bank, Garner State Farm Insurance, Paul Jacobs for Senate, SouthernTrust Bank, Marion Plumbing, Austin Dickson, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Anderson Boys Trash Service, The Roofing Guys, Anderson's Furniture, SIU Credit Union, Clark Natural Stone, Kemper CPA Group, Wit Wisdom, The Hub Recreation Center, The Print Shop, Blush and Ivory Bridal Boutique,
We're about ready for the start of the second half as Marion won the coin toss and deferred, so they will start with the ball here in the third quarter. As Junius Thomas and Max Wade are back to return, we'll see how Marion handles the subs. We do not have running clock yet. They're only up 36. 40 points will trigger the running clock. It is running clock in DuQuoin, where DuQuoin leads Herrin 47-6. We'll bring you some more scores from around the region as the night goes on. But we'll see if Marion keeps their starters in, if we start seeing some personnel subs, as we already have to start thinking ahead, Gage. You don't want to think too far ahead and spoil the fun here, but we got Belleville Altoff looming next week.
Right. Would be nice to get that score, get the running clock, be able to kind of rest some guys for what's going to be a tough battle next week for sure.
For the first time since midway through the first quarter, the Rams will have to kick it away. Marion's been unstoppable since this game was tied at 14, 36 unanswered points. Max Wade will bring this one out, across the 35, drug out of bounds, and Max Wade, who's, I'm going to put money on it, Gage, going to break one before the season's over. He nearly broke one last week, but got the old turf monster to wrap him up.
Oh, yeah. He does a great job of finding the gap, using his blockers to get to the sideline. I mean, everywhere you look on the Wildcats field so far in these first three games, you've got a weapon offensively.
First and 10 Wildcats.
First and 10, Marion from the 36. They do have the first string unit in, as Callahan, Roper, and company will start with the ball here in the second half. Already up 36, trying to keep this thing rolling. We'll see what adjustments Mount Vernon made at halftime to try to let this thing not get out of hand. Under pressure, Roper finds Thomas. He's got the first Southern Bank first down before he goes out of bounds on the far sideline. And he's a playmaker, Gage, and he can break a play at any moment. That time he got 10 yards, but at any moment, anytime the ball hits 11's hands, you know something big's coming.
Oh, yeah. Oh, granted, a couple of them on some deep balls, but over 100 receiving yards for him tonight and a pick. I mean, he's as explosive as they come.
First down from the 47. Roper rolls out. Under pressure again. Finds Hoffman. Was he in bounds? They say he was. What a catch there for Logan Hoffman, and two big plays to start the half. And the Marion offense, despite that long halftime, picked up right back where they started.
Yeah, low pass from Roper, but a nice job by Hoffman to get down to the ground and not only make the catch, but keep his feet in bounds.
Hoffman had the touchdown right before the break. Atkins goes up and gets that one, and Roper's 3 for 3 for 3 first downs to start the second half. And his stats are going to be gaudy if he keeps it up and gets to stay in this game.
There's a calmness to him, like we kind of mentioned at halftime so far tonight. It's something I don't think we saw in the last 2 weeks, even though we had that big scoring affair against Granite City. But he's allowing plays to develop. He's making the right reads, even if it means getting rid of the ball to set up the next one.
Had to get rid of that one as he was under pressure there. And they say incomplete as the whistle came in. Mount Vernon playing to the whistle, thought it might be a fumble or a backwards pass, but the referee blows it dead. Let us know down below in the comments where you're watching from. Ted Wren says he's watching with us tonight. Shout out Ted Wren. Thanks for watching, Ted. Second and 10 now after the incompletion. They give it to Winters. Keep it on the ground for the first time this half. Winters forward in the pile there. Picks up about 4 yards, and we'll set up 3rd and 6.
Gain of 4 on the play. 3rd down and 6.
3rd down conversions were no trouble in the first half. Marion needs one here. Quick screen pass to Winters goes incomplete through his hands as he forgot to catch the ball before he took off with it. And now a 4th down coming up for Marion as this drive started off so promising. All of a sudden it's stalling with a 4th down.
Yeah, but I'd imagine they're probably going to try to go for it again. I mean, not much room to punt here. Would be a nice play if they can convert it right here and give themselves a chance to score again.
4th down and 6.
4th and 6 coming. Looks like Marion will keep the offense on the field and go for it. From the 30-yard line, 10:33 to go in the 3rd. Roper wants Thomas, goes up, gets it and makes the catch with the defender all over him. It's that kind of game for Junius Thomas. He can do no wrong, and Callahan Roper put that ball exactly where it needed to be, Gage.
I believe that's what they call mossed. I mean, just reached right over the defender, kind of used his back to keep the ball, and Thomas again, another big play for the Wildcats.
6'2", 185-pound senior. Hazel, the ball carrier now, running it up the middle from the 14. A score here will trigger the running clock, and Marion's smelling blood in the water here, trying to cap off a scoring drive inside the red zone now. All but once in the first half when this offense touched the ball did they not score. 2nd down. Play action, pass, and he wanted Atkins on the slant route. And right through his hands as Roper put that ball right on the money, but Atkins could not bring it in.
Yeah, it was an incredible pass. I mean, led the receiver perfectly. The Mount Vernon defense was just there to make enough of a difference to keep the catch from happening.
The thing that stood out to me during those spring sports recognitions at halftime was how many of the Wildcat football players play multiple sports. Lots of athletes on this team. They give to Hazel between the blockers. On 3rd and 6 from the 10, he picks up maybe 3 and another 4th down coming.
Sidis Thomas with the tackle. Officials timeout for injury.
We appreciate Mekhi Chisholm joining us tonight. Thanks for watching. Member of this football team watching from home tonight. We have an injury timeout, so before a 4th and 4 coming up, we'll take a quick break as they attend to the injured Wildcat. This is the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day.
Once upon a time, there was an angry man with a few sprigs of golden hair. They called him Tony No-Locks. Tony No-Locks wanted to find the perfect pre-owned motorcycle that was just right. So off he went to visit Black Diamond Harley-Davidson. So Tony No-Locks jumped on a pre-owned Road Glide at a great price. Ah, this is just right, he exclaimed. Find what is just right for you and your family at Black Diamond Harley-Davidson.
Number 66, Levi Clark, the injured Wildcat, helped off the field by the trainer, Mike Stroud. He'll receive some attention over on the trainer's table down on the sideline, hopefully get back out there soon. But down on the field, it's 4th and 4 from the 8-yard line. Marion already converted once on 4th down on this drive. Can they do it again? Roper to pass. He's got Thomas. Who else? And Thomas punches it in from 8 yards. And what a night Junie Thomas is having as he triggers the running clock rule here as Marion goes up 56-14, and Marion a week after rolling over Granite City, is now rolling over Mount Vernon here tonight. And we did not see this coming, Gage, when it was all tied at 14.
Oh, not at all. And Thomas has been a big part of leading the way. Had the huge 4th down catch, and now the 8-yard touchdown catch to follow. But that's the liberty of having so many weapons, because you had Atkins alone one-on-one on the left side, and now Thomas on this side was able to kind of use that as a distraction, get open, make a catch, and make a play.
Going for 2 here. Roper looking under pressure. Jump ball through the hands of Alex Henry, incomplete. And as we heard from Bill Swinford at halftime, that might be because they can't kick any more balls onto the roof at the Heck Center as they're scoring too many times and leaving the balls up on the roof. So anytime they're going this way, they might have to go for 2. But it's 56-14, running clock rule in effect on this next kickoff as Marion is rolling to 2-1 here in week 3.
The teachers are really good. They're understanding.
All of our faculty here teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on. They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful.
I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
Hey y'all, it's me, Willie the Wildcat. I'm here to tell you about the official Wildcat Gameday shirts brought to you by Swinford Media Group. Whether you're cheering under the Friday night lights or packing the gym for basketball season, these shirts are the perfect way to show your Wildcat pride. Order yours now at swinfordmediagroup.com.
Running clock rule in effect as soon as Sam Atkins kicks it away, as Marion now has reeled off 42 unanswered points and lead 56-14. Squib kick, they've done that much of this game, picked up by Mast, runs into his own blocker, now is wrapped up by a series of blue jerseys.
And I gotta say, I like the strategy from Malachi Cooper right there. If you can't tackle him, just push the other guy into him.
Hey, that works. Connor Tanner also in on the coverage for the Wildcats, as we're going to start seeing some subs and some different guys coming into the game, much like a week ago against Granite City. So back-to-back weeks to get everybody in, back-to-back weeks to get plenty of people in the ball game, and this clock will run the rest of the way. And I'd be curious, Gage, if you kept the first string in last week against Granite City and tonight against Mount Vernon and did not have the running clock in effect, how many points this Marion offense could truly put up?
Yeah, I mean, you're averaging, 50 at halftime? I mean,
yeah,
that's unreal to think if you're going by averages, what they could do.
Mount Vernon's just trying to play for pride here, as good as they felt a week ago coming off that big momentum 52-51 win at Carbondale. They're licking their wounds here, feeling equally as bad as they came in feeling pretty good. They brought a nice crowd with them down I-57 tonight and ran into this Marion offense and this much improved Marion defense, and the way they're covering the run, Gauge, from week 1 at Carterville to now is just really night and day.
Oh, yeah, and Mount Vernon has had no passing game to show for in this one. So the second they were able to limit them in the ground game, it only spiraled once the defense took over.
Right on cue, they intended a pass there for Nesbitt, and it took a bounce into the turf and hit his feet. So it's been that kind of night for Coach Mings and the Rams, as they will finally get a home game next week, but they've had to play 3 straight weeks on the road, then 4 straight weeks at home. So they'll try to bounce back with the strength of those home games. Marion has used home games to really turn their season around, as they start off on the road at a really rowdy Carterville atmosphere, Gauge. We had that cannon. Carterville was really rolling through Marion that first week, and then Marion came back home. And if they can take this offense on the road with them next week to Althoff, they can hang with the reigning 1A state champions.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be hard to kind of keep up that same kind of level defensively against such a tough Althoff team. But if the offense can travel, if the defense can make enough stops, they'll have a good chance at grabbing a win next week.
4th and 1 here, as the Rams' first drive of the half is in jeopardy as they got to convert on a 4th and 1 from the 44. The Marion defense, I believe, got the stop they need. And it looks like they recovered a fumble as Alex Henry comes up with the ball. As they not only got a 4th down stop, they forced another Rams turnover as Alex Henry comes out of the pile with the football, and Marion's offense will be back on the field, and it looks like Callahan Roper's night is done, and might as well get him out with all the momentum and a near flawless game that he had. So we'll see Broomfield in the second string come in now. Looks like Hazel is coming off the field. Looks like we'll have 22 Weston Rudd in at running back. And we'll also see Jackson Owen at receiver. So Junius Thomas' night's done. Sam Adkins' night's done, barring any special teams duties, kicking the ball away. And in at quarterback is Aiden Broomfield, number 9, as he stands on the 50-yard line. And he hands it off to 35, Patton Steinsoltz. We saw him last week against Granite City as well. Some of these guys also play JV. They've had a busy week with JV football responsibilities and now thrust out there into varsity action. Hunter Dietrich on the field as well. No gain there on first down.
And while the score obviously doesn't necessarily indicate it, these are some big reps for these guys that don't get the everyday play. You know, this is some South 7 experience that they're getting right here.
Absolutely.
Against a team that's not going to necessarily let up, even though the score is not in their favor.
And we noticed as we came in, Gage, the Rams don't have a very, that was a hard hit there. Welcome to the varsity level there, Patton Steinsoltz, as he just took a varsity level hit. But we mentioned, Gage, as we were settling in here before the broadcast, the Rams sideline's not very deep, so you're probably going to still see many of their first stringers, not because they're trying to make a comeback or trying to hang with the Wildcats. They just don't really have very many options on that sideline over there. Maybe 30 total players here with the Rams tonight. 3rd and 6 here from the 40. See if the second string can pick up a 3rd down conversion here. The offensive first string really had no issues tonight. Broomfield airs it out. Jackson Owen goes up and gets it. Broomfield, who was perfect last week, completes the pass to Jackson Owen. And Aiden Broomfield channeling his inner Callahan Roper there.
Nice pass, a nice job by Owen to snag it and bring it down. Tried to break off for a little bit of a run there, but nonetheless, some yards after the catch and a nice play for the Wildcats' second unit.
Penalty after the catch against Mount Vernon. Tacking on some extra yards to make it 1st and 10 from the 16 now. And I mentioned this last week, Gage, against Granite City. Sam Adkins, Junius Thomas, Callahan Roper, Blake Winters, Logan Hoffman, all those guys, they're going to have to graduate at some point. And we're looking at next year's varsity, who's going to be tasked with picking up right where those guys leave off. So good to see them get some experience here.
Oh, yeah, every snap's a chance to get better, and why not do it in some live action?
They hand it off, keep it on the ground here. Ashton Norman, the ball carrier there. I believe he's the one who had an interception a week ago against Granite City. He's one of these underclassmen or reserve players who come in and make their impact immediately known, it seems. Ashton Norman, just a sophomore. Number 15 in blue there. Marion threatening for another score. High snap. Broomfield tries to follow his blockers and is shoved back by Mount Vernon as it was 1st and goal from the 3.
Yeah, just some mistiming there as the blocker didn't get it far enough out in front for Broomfield to make a play there. So these are those types of plays that you try to figure out when you're getting those reps, because that can make a difference getting that timing down now like that.
Scoreboard says 2nd down, but it's actually 3rd down. 3rd and 5 from the 5, under 2 minutes to go here in the 3rd. Clock running due to the mercy rule. Murfreesboro just beat Benton 42-7. That was our Sorry, I think it was the other way around. Benton beat Murfreesboro 42-7. That was our WFCN News game of the week. So Marion with their second string in is going to use a timeout here with a big 3rd and 5 coming up. We'll step aside as well. We'll get some more scores tallied up for you. We'll read them when we come back here live on the Marion Stars Wildcat Game Day.
Hello, I'm Denon Davis. I'm a family practice physician at Deaconess, Illinois Clinic. I've greatly enjoyed practicing in Southern Illinois in general. Of course, I grew up here and I wanted to come back and provide care for the people I grew up with. A small town area to raise your children and to have a practice is hands down better than being in an urban area or city. When you come to my office and you see me, I usually try to be pretty detailed, especially on your first visit. I want to know everything about you. I usually will review your entire chart. Thereafter, you'll usually get an after visit summary that I provide. It's got each problem typed out, and you get a print up of that every time you come and see me. I want you to know and understand everything that you come to see me for. The most rewarding part of family medicine is getting to know the people that you take care of, developing those.
We're back here live after the timeout. Broomfield trying to make a play with his legs. Stop just shy of the end zone. Here's some scores for you from around the region. Fairfield 24, El Dorado 12. That's late in the fourth quarter there. Looks like Fairfield will win that one. Johnson City up 2 scores over Edwards County late in the third. Chester leads West Frankfort by 3 after 3 quarters. Red Hill up by a score over Cesar. Waterloo up 2 scores over Centralia. Effingham leads Mater Dei 21-14, and at halftime it was Collinsville by 1, 7-6 over Carbondale, 2 teams Marion will see later this season. Pinckneyville leads Dupo 13-7 at the half. And as we said, we believe Benton just beat Murfreesboro on our WFCN News game of the week. There was a penalty, so now it's 3rd and long, 3rd and 15 from the 15. Broomfield's going to have to pass across the middle, and it's complete. And what a catch that was by 21, Austin Moore. And Broomfield shows some poise there, Gage, for such a young quarterback with a little inexperience. He's come in the last 2 weeks and been really sharp as Marion's backup QB.
Yeah, it was a tight window to get that pass through, was able to put it on the money, get the grab, and now they'll give themselves the chance to score to start the next quarter.
So after 3, it's all Marion here, 56-14. We'll have more scores from around the region when we come back. The Wildcats rolling in week 3.
Oasis Home Center is Southern Illinois' premier showcase for the largest selection of the best appliances, flooring, cabinets, and more. Visit Oasis Home Center, where inspiration meets unbeatable value. Explore our showroom and discover why we're the region's trusted choice for home upgrades. The Oasis experts offer up to 4 years interest-free financing and no money down options on the area's greatest choice of manufacturers. Oasis Home Center in Marion. Online anytime at oasishomecenter.world.
We want to help students when they come right out of high school, but we're also here for the adults. After high school, I went to my local community college, and after my first semester, realized that I wasn't quite ready to go to college. And I went back to work in construction for roughly about 15 years. And at the same time, I took classes at community college. It's this idea that you can go back to school at any time for anything, and that's what a community college does for you. That's what John A. Logan does for you.
The fourth quarter, 4th and goal from the 7.
4th and goal from the 7 to start the fourth quarter for this Marion second string offense as Broomfield gets the snap, looks, pass is complete, but he stops shy of the end zone. It'll be a turnover on downs as the pass was complete to Weston Rudd, but Mount Vernon's defense gets a big stop there on 4th down and gets off the field without giving up another score.
2-yard loss. Mount Vernon takes over on downs.
And the Rams will send their offense back on the field as we get ready for another Rams drive. Let's go around the region some more. It was Murfreesboro falling to Benton 42-7. At last check, it was DeCoin all over Herrin, so Benton and DeCoin will be a big matchup next week in the River to River. Here at Marion, it's all Wildcats, 56-14 over Mount Vernon. 42 unanswered points so far for the Wildcats after it was tied at 14 in the second quarter. If you're just now joining us, we'll recap it all in our Deaconess Illinois Medical Center post-game show immediately following this one. We'll have our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. We'll name our Black Diamond thrilling moment of the game. Lots of big plays, lots of candidates for players of the game. Let us know in the comments down below who you'd like to see be our player of the game tonight. Week 1, we had Sam Atkins. Week 2, we had Blake Winters. The Rams have some subs in as well now as they have their second-string quarterback in. It's number 12, Wyatt Evans, doing the quarterbacking for the Rams now. Clock's still running. It will run till the duration. If the score gets under 40, it doesn't matter, as once it's triggered, the clock never stops. Final report in from DeCoin. It's DeCoin 47, Herrin 6. DeCoin goes to 3-0. Herrin falls to 0-3. Here at Marion, Marion will go to 2-1. Mount Vernon will go to 1-2. Under 10 minutes to go. And we had a guy, Austin Moore, number 21 in blue, jump offsides there, so free yards there for the Rams.
And I think if you're the Rams, you take anything you can get at this point. I mean, we're still sitting here, and they haven't scored from 3:33 to go in the first quarter. So the Rams they'll take any sort of yards they can get trying to find the end zone again.
1st and 10.
First and 10 from the 19 now. Bad snap through his hands, and Evans just has to fall on it, as Marion could have picked that up and walked into the end zone if Evans hadn't fallen on that football. And it's been that kind of night for Mount Vernon, as nothing has gone their way since this game was tied at 14. Rams looking for anything positive to think about as they get back on the bus and head 45 minutes home to Mount Vernon tonight. Under 9 minutes to go. 2nd and 17 after the bad snap. Marion fans starting to head to the exits. They keep it on the ground. Number 8, Carmaine Hopkins, the ball carrier. Not much there for him as Marion still swarming to the football. And this defense has looked much improved here tonight.
Gain of 1. 3rd down and 15.
Third and 15. Evans to pass and incomplete over the head of his intended receiver. 23, Kane Kessler, the intended receiver. In for Marion's defense, Evan Masterson on the coverage, number 18. Fourth and 15 now, and I don't think we've even seen a punt in this game. Got a lot of 4th down tries in this game. A couple 4th down conversions in this game, a couple stalled. Across the middle, incomplete, and a turnover on downs. As the pass intended for Adrian Reimer falls through his hands, and the Marion offense will have great field position as they set up on the 14 and a chance to nearly replicate last week's score. It was 63-12 over Granite City, and a score here would make it 63-14 over Mount Vernon. And the two games, even though the scoreboard might end up looking identical, Gage, really felt differently from the jump.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it felt like early on we were going to be in a shootout, but then once the running game wasn't established for the Rams, Marion just kind of ran away with it. No pun intended.
Marion tried to keep it on the ground there. Mount Vernon sniffed that one out, as that was Rudd, the ball carrier. Loss of yards.
But I got to think the biggest takeaway has got to be the defense. Obviously, you were able to mix in a lot of plays offensively. We've seen a lot of familiar faces get involved, but the way that the defense was able to really limit Mount Vernon and then get that offense back on the field pretty quickly each drive was huge.
Broomfield to pass. Nearly picked off, incomplete.
Pass is incomplete. Intended for Ashton Norman.
Ashton Norman, the intended receiver.
Wyatt Evans on the pass breakup.
Third and 12, clock under 5.5 minutes to go in this game.
Wildcat fans, if you need a ride home, now would be the time to call. Again, Wildcat fans, if you need a ride home, now would be the time to call.
Gage, if you need a ride home, now's the time to call. According to the PA announcer here, letting everybody know with that clock running, we'll be out of here in 5 minutes unless you want to stay tuned in for our post-game show. Broomfield going to keep it on 3rd and 12, spinning forward.
I don't know how he held on to that ball. He about got flipped over and did a 360 after that hit.
Mount Vernon taking out some of their frustrations on some of these big hits down the stretch. And now it's 4th and 8. Got to go for it here. From their own, from the Mount Vernon 12. Up the middle, near the first down marker. We'll see where they spot it.
Just some smash mouth football here late with Broomfield. Give him the ball, get out the way.
Gain of 7 on the play. Turnover on downs.
He needed 8, he got 7, so another turnover on downs. And these offensive stats and the efficiency on 4th downs will be a little misleading as we tally up the stats in the postgame, because the first string unit was nearly perfect every time they touched the ball. They scored 8 out of 9 times tonight. The second string unit, different play calling, of course, different personnel, turned it over on downs their last 2 times. But with 3:33 to go, the Rams offense is back on the field, just trying to keep this one respectable, and this will help. As a big run and the first big play of the game for the Rams since early in the second quarter comes courtesy of a 94-yard touchdown run for Hopkins, as he will also inflate the stats a little bit and make the stats misleading, as that 94-yard run to the house will make Mount Vernon's totals look a lot better than they had been.
They just wanted to do it around the 3-minute mark again. That's all.
Absolutely, and that's when Granite City got some of their points a week ago as well. So really barring some of these late scores the last 2 weeks, the Marion defense has been dynamic. The kick is good. So Mount Vernon makes it more respectable as they get to 21 points now. And this is a Mount Vernon team, Gage. We talked about it in our pregame. Is one of our keys to the game, brought to you by Watermark Auto Group. Mount Vernon came in averaging close to 35 points. Marion's held them to 21. They came in allowing 42. Marion's had 56. So Marion winning both of those, and you talk about the other keys to the game, contain the rushing attack. Now it's probably a bad time to talk about that one after the 94-yard run. But other than that, big play they certainly have. Aired out with Roper and company. I think you can check that one up pretty certainly. And then the turnover battle, absolutely. Marion has not turned the ball over tonight. So those keys to the game Marion has certainly executed on all of them tonight. Thanks to Watermark Auto Group for their continued support week after week, both in print and through our live streams. Thanks to everyone at the Watermark Auto Group for all they do to support Swinford Media Group. Kickoff here, and then Marion will have a chance to get into the victory formation as they will go to 2-1 here with the South 7 win. They'll go to 1-0 in the conference. Mount Vernon, which already played one conference game before tonight, will go to 1-1. Junius Thomas and Max Wade shaking hands with the Marion Maniacs down below. They can sense it. Marion Maniacs in their construction vests ready to storm the field after the conclusion of this one. As we will have a return, this one will be brought out. That was number 15, Ashton Norman, on the return. And all that's left to do is snap it in the victory formation as Marion will pick up the South 7 conference win. And they might not even have to snap it. They're just going to go and line up to shake hands. So that will do it, Gage. It'll be a 56-21 final. The Wildcats win back-to-back home games, and now we'll head to Belleville-Althoff for a big non-conference showdown with the Crusaders. But before we turn the page and look forward to the Crusaders, we have a lot to recap here, as we will have Kemper CPA Group stats galore. We'll have plenty of big play nominees from the Black Diamond family of businesses. And we'll name our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. Our Deaconess Illinois Medical Center post-game show awaits following a 56-21 Marion win over Mount Vernon. We'll be back to recap it right after this.
My name's Craig Beyer. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. Been doing that for 33 years. I grew up in Wisconsin on a farm, and my dad had a masonry business. And orthopedics is really a good focus because I was trained as a bricklayer, and orthopedic surgery is very similar. Everything's have to be plumbing levels. That skill set I learned as a bricklayer mason I use actually on a daily basis doing orthopedic surgery. Orthopedic surgery really involves treatment of the musculoskeletal system, which includes extremities, spine. We work with bones, joints, muscles, tendons, ligaments, etc. We provide both surgical and non-surgical management for musculoskeletal conditions. In fact, about 1 out of 10 patients I see in the clinic actually come to surgery. The other 9 out of 10 we can treat and manage non-surgically. I don't require referrals. Patients can come to see me straight away. My philosophy, again, is optimize non-surgical treatment before I perform surgery. Once I do surgery, unfortunately, I'm a perfectionist. My wife gives me a hassle. If I'm in the room and this picture on the wall is crooked, I will fix it, even in your house. I think part of that is the masonry background, because everything's got to be, again, plumb level and as close to perfect as you can achieve. You can shoot for perfection, accept excellence. That's my rule.
At the Hub, we're not just a fitness center. We're a community powered by people who care. Our dedicated staff will guide you every step of the way on our world-class fitness floor. Dive into fun in our aquatic center. And with our fitness and aquatics classes, there's something for everyone. Join us for family events that bring our community closer. We're people-powered, and we are here for you, creating a fitness experience that feels like family. Join us today at the Hub, where health and happiness meet.
Hey y'all, it's me, Willie the Wildcat. I'm here to tell you about the official Wildcat Game Day shirts brought to you by Swinford Media Group. Whether you're cheering under the Friday night lights or packing the gym for basketball season, these shirts are the perfect way to show your Wildcat pride. Order yours now at swinfordmediagroup.com.
Hi Wildcat fans, I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
The teachers are really good, they're understanding.
All of our faculty here teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on. They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful.
I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium where Marion is celebrating a 56-21 South 7 Conference win over the Mount Vernon Rams. Marion goes to 2-1 on the season, 1-0 in the South 7. Mount Vernon falls to 1-2, 1-1 in the South 7. And as we look back on this one, Gage, lots of big moments, lots of big plays, lots of things to hang your hat on if you're the Marion Wildcats.
Oh, yeah, you were able to get things going early offensively, and then when the offense kind of sputtered a little bit, the defense showed up, and honestly, they really controlled the game for the Wildcats. Kept the Rams from establishing the ground game. They weren't able to get a tempo, and then when they had to try to make it through the air, it was picks galore.
Marion is just 1 point at Carterville away from being undefeated on the season. One call goes their way, one conversion, extra point. Different things you can look back on, and Marion could easily be undefeated right now. But they've definitely been a better team at home. They have a different swagger about them, as you see as they were taking the field, coming into the stadium tonight. Marion looked determined. They knew they were going to have to up their game tonight. A week ago playing Granite City, they were going to have to play better tonight to beat Mount Vernon. And through the first quarter and a half, it really looked like we were going to be in for a slugfest, a shootout, whatever you want to call it, as the two teams took turns trading punches as we were all tied up at 14. But all it took was one Rams miscue when they turned the ball over to Marion. And the turnover battle, we talked about it in our Watermark Auto Group keys to the game. Whoever won the turnover battle would win the game, and the Rams made two costly turnovers that Marion turned into points before the half. Then they had the ball coming out of the half. And the Marion offense, once it got rolling and got clicking, could not be stopped. And the Rams, a week after putting up 52 points at Carbondale, were held in check. And outside of a late score and scrub time in the reserves portion of the game, Marion's defense held the Rams to 14 points. So well below their average. Marion outscored what the Rams' average was, allowing points allowed, as we talked about. And when the starters were in, Marion scored 8 of the 9 times that they touched the ball and put up 56 points. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the last touchdown up until that late one here was it 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. So essentially, you hold them scoreless for 3 quarters if you're the first string unit. That's the type of resolve that you're going to need against a tough Althoff team next week.
Marion had put up 42 unanswered points before that late score, courtesy of Hopkins on the big 94-yard run to stop the bleeding. Marion really dominated all facets. They did not turn the ball over. Hazel had some running touchdowns. Blake Winters carried the ball. Callahan Roper got everybody involved. There's Junius Thomas with the score. He was busy tonight on both sides of the football. Lots of different candidates we could name for our Hub Recreation Center player of the game. Let's go down the list, Gage. Different guys making contributions in this game. Various guys that we could really give the Hub Recreation Player of the Game award to really any week, but especially here tonight.
Oh yeah, we've had so far this year. We've had some winners. We've had Atkins, and I think we know in this one it was too close to call to just have one.
Yeah. So as we think back to our candidates for our Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game, Hudson Wade had a big fumble recovery. He took back nearly for a touchdown. We had Alex Henry making plays on both sides of the ball. Blake Winters. We had Hazel getting a couple of rushing touchdowns. Sam Atkins is always going to be in the middle of the action. But we've made it through 3 weeks of football now without giving one to the record-setting quarterback who moved up the record books again tonight. So we got to give a Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game award to Callahan Roper. But we can't just give it to one guy tonight. As Gage alluded to, we're going to have 2 players of the game. So stay with us. But first, let's talk about Callahan and the big game he had tonight, Gage.
Yeah, I mean, 5 passing touchdowns on the game. If he didn't hit 200 yards, he was awfully close. There was a different calmness about Roper under center tonight. He allowed plays develop. When he had time in the pockets, he stayed in the pocket, even close to collapsing. Did a good job of making the right reads if something wasn't there. It truthfully was the best game I think we've seen so far from Roper, and that's tough to say in a pretty impressive 3-game slate.
Absolutely, and after that week 1 result at Carterville, where he probably put a lot of the blame on his shoulders, where he threw the 3 picks, Gage, talk about how he's bounced back really in a big way. Obviously likes playing at home, so that helps, but I don't think he's had any turnovers since that week 1 at Carterville.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a comfortability. You can see he's kind of coming into his own. He's gaining a lot of confidence. Had a huge week last week, and that was the type of game they needed after a tough result against Carterville. But to do this against Mount Vernon and grab a big South 7 win like this, I can only imagine the confidence is going to continue to go up from there.
He now has 45 career touchdowns, trailing Matt Brown's all-time record of 57. So with 6 more guaranteed games, he just needs 12 more. So he just has to average 2 a game for the next 6 weeks to tie Matt Brown for the all-time record. He came into tonight with 617 passing yards, which had him 20th best all-time just through 2 games for a season. He had already matched Ryan High's 2001 season through 2 games, so that total definitely went up. He had likely over 200 yards, which would make it his 10th game doing such all-time. He's still second place by Matt Brown, who had 14, so a chance to still pass Matt Brown, who's Marion's quarterback coach now. Matt Brown, of course, went on to play at Illinois State. And if he can get over 300 yards, he will break the tie he has with Brown and Hunter Simmons for 3 300-yard passing games in their career. So we'll take another look next week in our pregame show and see where he ranks all-time heading into next week. But another great game for Callahan Roper, one of our Hub Recreation Center Player of the Game winners tonight. We've got one more to name. And if he's throwing the ball around so much, Gage, somebody's got to do the catching. And tonight, his favorite target was number 11 in blue.
Yeah, Junius Thomas showed out at a 68-yard touchdown catch, a 23-yard touchdown catch, and then the final one for the Wildcats to start the second half that put him up that 56-14. But it wasn't just on offense, too. He had a pick, and he really made his presence known on both sides of the ball for the Wildcats. So an impressive showing of athleticism from him.
The Hub Recreation Center will post on their social media congratulatory posts to both Roper and Thomas on Monday. Be looking for that. And then at the end of the season, the Hub will present those 2 guys with player of the game packages, including a duffel bag, a cup, a T-shirt, Hub day pass, all those sorts of things, courtesy of the team over at the Hub. We thank them for their continued support. So lots of highlights in this one, Gage. We every game give a Black Diamond family of businesses Thrillville thrilling moment of the game. We were off air here leading into the post-game show trying to look back on it. I mean, there was really so many tonight. It's hard to narrow it down, but you instantly mentioned a play that stood out to you as our Black Diamond family of businesses thrilling moment of the game. What'd you decide to go with tonight?
And it was Hudson Wade's big pick that, while he didn't get in the end zone, man, the teammates loved seeing him come up with the grab and then almost take it off. I mean, look at them off to the sideline. Winters is already celebrating just the fact that he caught it. And then he turns around and he's like, whoa, where's he going? And he was so close to getting to the end zone. But, man, what a play, had all of his teammates fired up.
Yeah, that was when the game was still in jeopardy and really helped push this one out of hand. Hudson Wade, one of the senior emotional leaders of this Marion defense. He's really been an emotional leader for a couple of years now. Sheila Burns had a great photo of him that we included in our pregame graphics. I believe it's on our schedule graphic, Ross, if you want to throw that back up. Hudson Wade are providing our Black Diamond family of businesses thrilling moment of the game. There's the picture of Hudson from last week's Patriot game wearing those Illinois National Guard uniforms. You can see him all fired up, and he was fired up again tonight as he provided the Thrillville Thrillbillies thrilling play of the game. Special thanks to the Black Diamond family of businesses for sponsoring our play of the game all season long. The Black Diamond family of businesses, of course, include Black Diamond Harley-Davidson, Mountain Dew Park, the Thrillbillies, SI Elite, Kokopelli, Oasis Outdoors and Power Sports, Oasis Lawn and Garden and Home Center, the Oasis Sports Complex, and they're soon to open the Oasis Mall. Thanks to Black Diamond for all of their support. Down on the field, our Bill Swinford's busy getting post-game interviews. We hope to hear from Roper. We hope to hear from Thomas. We will hear from head coach Jason Dunning following this big 56-21 South 7 Conference win for the Wildcats. We'll take a quick break. We hope to have those interviews for you when we come back here on our Deaconess Illinois Medical Center postgame show right after this.
Hey y'all, it's me, Willie the Wildcat. I'm here to tell you about the official Wildcat Gameday shirts brought to you by Swinford Media Group. Whether you're cheering under the Friday night lights or packing the gym for basketball season, these shirts are the perfect way to show your Wildcat pride. Order yours now at SwinfordMediaGroup.com.
Hey, this is Michael Anderson, owner of Anderson Boys Trash Service. We are locally owned and operated. We are reliable and affordable. Weekly trash service. I look forward to hearing from you soon. I appreciate you, and my family appreciate the business.
Now serving residential and commercial properties with roll-off dumpster rentals available. Call 618-925-1215 or find us on Facebook at Anderson Boys Trash Service.
At Legence Bank, we make it easy to achieve your financial goals. Working with small businesses, farmers, and individuals, we strive to be your partner in convenient, local, and personalized banking solutions. From investing in your priorities to helping our community grow, we're committed to making a difference at Legence Bank.
I always know I can count on the people at Legence to answer my questions and connect me to the services I need.
We have you covered with a range of fraud prevention tools to keep your accounts safe and secure. With real-time debit card alerts, advanced encryption, and card controls, you can stay one step ahead of fraud with these security features.
Legence Bank supports you on and off the field. Go Wildcats!
Hi Wildcat fans, I'm Brad Poole, president of the Watermark Auto Group. I invite you to come experience the fastest, friendliest, and fairest car buying in our little corner of the world. Our friendly sales representatives will provide you in writing with our best price, trade value, monthly payments, all within minutes of your request. No pressure, no hurdles, no tricks, and no surprises. Experience the Watermark difference for yourself at Watermark Ford Hyundai or Watermark Nissan of Marion. Fast, friendly, fair. That's Watermark.
The teachers are really good, they're understanding.
All our faculty here teach from experience.
I love it. It's so hands-on. They want to see us succeed.
There's so many options, so many things they can choose from.
I wasn't just another statistic out there.
My advisors and my professors have been very helpful.
I've felt completely at home from the first day.
Everyone has been so welcoming and helpful and encouraging. It's made it really easy. So I would for sure recommend John A.
Sure.
We're back here live at Wildcat Stadium where everyone's celebrating a big Marion win over their rival Mount Vernon Rams, 56-21 the final. We're about to bring you interviews of our Hub Recreation Center players of the game, Callahan Roper and Junius Thomas, who talked to our Bill Swinford down on the field moments ago. We're also hoping to hear from Coach Jason Dunning before we call tonight here. We'll hope to bring those interviews to you in just a moment. As we start to look ahead, Gage, the Wildcats will head to a familiar rival up in the Metro East, no longer a South 7 Conference opponent, Belleville-Althoff, and we'll get much more into the Crusaders and our pregame show next week, live from Althoff. But as you think back to all those years playing Althoff in the South 7, you know Marion's going to have their hands full next week as Althoff is the reigning 1A state champion.
Yeah, I mean, it's never an easy one when you're facing off with Althoff, no matter what the sport is. So Marion's going to have their work cut out for them, but coming off what I would believe to be their best performance so far this year, they'll need to carry that into next week.
Yeah, Marion with probably their most complete performance of the year. They really dominated on all sides of the ball. Althoff tonight, at last check, was trailing Belleville East 31-10, so they will come into next week likely 2-1 as well. Week 1 they beat Alton 34-13. Week 2 they beat Highland 42-26, and then Marion will go to Belleville next week, and then they'll play a string of familiar opponents for Marion, Mount Vernon and Collinsville. So Althoff awaits as the challenge to see how far this Marion team really has improved since that Week 1 loss at Carterville. Let's send it down to the field where moments ago our Bill Swinford talked to Marion coach Jason Dunning, who improved to 3-0 all-time in his career against Mount Vernon as Marion's head coach. And tonight was by the biggest margin after 2-1 possession outcomes in their first 2 meetings under Dunning. It was all Marion tonight, 56-21.
Started the game, you had a kind of tough first series there, and then you still came away with a score. I think it was indicative of what was going to happen tonight. It seemed like you could do whatever you wanted to do when you needed to do it.
Well, we knew coming in, Mount Vernon's going to always give us their best game. They're always going to come in, and they're going to have a couple of wrinkles, which good coaches do. Hats off to Coach Means, Paul, the rest of his staff. They came in and had some stuff that we had to kind of adjust to. And they had the little quarterback pull, and they had a little pass play, but even going into half, we were still pretty confident that game plan-wise we could keep them in check, and we got 4 turnovers tonight, helped out our offense, and I just know that if we give our offense the ball, they're going to put up points and make it fun.
Yeah, so, of course, we saw Callahan doing his thing, Junius, Sam, those guys. What did we miss? What little improvements did you see tonight that made the difference?
Well, I think it's just being balanced. You know, I thought the run game, that they kind of took a guy out of the box and allowed our guys to kind of be more manageable. Marcus Hazel had a heck of a night running the ball. Blake Winters had a night running the ball, and it's just, if we can be balanced, it makes defending us even harder. But I'm excited. I'll be ready to get up in the morning and watch this film.
Going to Althoff next week. What are you thinking?
Hey, let's go.
Let's go.
I know they're going to be athletic. They've got a lot of skilled kids, but I can match up skilled kids with skilled kids. And, you know, they're the defending state champions for a reason. I'm just glad the Hill kid is at Oregon, and we're not defending that. Okay, watching him score last Saturday. But no, it's the games that we look forward to, and we'll see where we really are. You know, you face a team, and we put up 63 last week against Granite, 56 tonight with chances to score. But all this is clicking, and it's fun.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Coach Dunning all fired up following that big Marion win tonight as he improves to 2-1 on the season heading into the big road test next week at Belleville-Althoff. We had 2 Hub Recreation Center players of the game tonight in our Deaconess Illinois Medical Center postgame show. The first one is the man orchestrating the big Marion offensive production the last 2 weeks. It's number 2. It's the senior quarterback, Callahan Roper.
All right, Callahan, that first series that came out, you guys had some trouble going the right direction there for a while, had a few penalties and things. You still managed to get a score. You made it look easy at times tonight. Did it feel that easy?
At times it did. You know, my offensive line did a great job, as they always do. And like you said, we had some uncharacteristic penalties. But I think we turned that into positive plays down the field with 4th and 8 touchdown to Sam. And plays like that. We could run the ball, and it just starts up front with our offensive line.
It feels like watching you that you're confident that whatever the situation, you guys can find a way to score. Is that the way it feels out there?
Yes, sir. Me personally, I've been in this offense for 3 years, and I know every in and out, and I think we can score from wherever and get a first down for 2nd and 20 and stuff like that. But I got a lot of weapons around me to help me out.
So everybody knows that right now you're one of the top quarterbacks in the region, all of the Southern Illinois. How much attention do you pay that kind of stuff?
Obviously it shows up on my feed and stuff, and I got to tell people thank you for recognition, but I try not to think about that, just more win column, you know what I mean?
All right, good luck at Althoff next week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Callahan.
That was Callahan Roper following his big 5-touchdown performance, passing the ball as Marion's quarterback, leading an offense that hung 56 points up tonight, a week after 63 against Granite City, and they'll take their high-powered offense on the road next week to Belleville-Althoff for a big Week 4 showdown on the road. We had one other player of the game before we sign off. It was Junius Thomas, who was our other choice for our player of the game. While Roper was passing the ball, Thomas was catching as he had 3 touchdowns and a pick as part of his big night on his way to being our co-player of the game.
All right, Junius, did you have fun tonight?
Yeah.
What made it fun?
Scoring touchdowns.
Yeah, that's always fun, isn't it? You started off another season very strong. We think you may be at 1,000 yards career. On a night like this, where you're not only scoring 3 touchdowns and you got an interception, you had a couple other key catches. Does it feel easy?
A little bit.
Yeah. What do you attribute that to? I mean, what kind of stuff are you doing through the week to get ready for this?
Just going over plays that we going to do in game, and like going over game scenarios and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's basically it for real.
Putting in the study, putting in the work on the field and off the field, right?
Watching film, seeing what they're going to do, how they're going to guard us.
All right. So, looking ahead to Althoff, what do you remember about playing them before?
I haven't played Althoff yet.
You haven't played Althoff yet? Yeah, so it's been a couple of years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
All right. So that's exciting. Go up there seeing a new opponent. As you get ready to play them, what kind of stuff are you thinking? Has this team got a chance to win the South 7?
I think we can go all the way. I mean, I feel like we shouldn't really lose no more. If we just stay and play our game, I feel like there's no one that can stop us.
Feels like you're improving every week.
Yeah.
Did you think it was going to be this lopsided a score tonight?
I mean, after we had watched film on Carpendale, we were already expecting us to blow them out.
Yeah. All right, that's good confidence that you had. Well, congratulations. Good game tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Junius.
That was our Bill Swinford down on the field with Junius Thomas following his big player of the game performance. Congratulations again to Callahan and Junius for being our Hub Recreation Center co-players of the game. Gage, before we sign off, what's your final takeaways on this big Marion win?
Oh, this is the first big complete effort from the Wildcats. You got it on both sides of the ball. As much as the points show up, I think the defense really was the star of the show, because that's really what allowed the offense to shine. Along with the balance that they had offensively. It wasn't just one-faceted. You had the run game that worked really well, and then once that got going, it allowed Roper to air it out and find Thomas and company.
It was a complete team effort for the Wildcats. It was a complete team effort as well for the Swinford Media Group. Thanks to everyone on our team who made this one possible. Bill Swinford down on the sidelines. Abby Collin providing a hand. Ross Swinford on the controls. Gage Johnson and I had the call. I'm Riley Swinford. The rest of our team, Sheila Burns and Tony Kendrick photos, along with the William Bateman report, will follow in the print edition of the Marion Star next week. So that will do it, following a 56-21 win over the Mount Vernon Rams. Until next week from Belleville-Althoff, good night from Wildcat Stadium.
Thanks for watching this live stream of Marion High School athletics on the Wildcat Gameday. The action is brought to you by the Swinford Media Group and all of our sponsors. Watermark Auto Group, John A. Logan College, Black Diamond Family of Businesses, Illinois Army National Guard, Deaconess Illinois Medical Center, Binkley-Ross Funeral Home, Legence Bank, First Southern Bank, Bank of Herrin, Banterra Bank, Garner State Farm Insurance, Paul Jacobs for Senate, SouthernTrust Bank, Marion Plumbing, Austin Dickson, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Anderson Boys Trash Service, The Roofing Guys, Anderson's Furniture, SIU Credit Union, Clark Natural Stone, Kemper CPA Group, Wit Wisdom, The Hub Recreation Center, The Print Shop, Blush and Ivory Bridal Boutique,